trying to cover for him. I don't know what to do. I don't know where he's at.
I hope that's the truth.
It is!
Because if it's not, I'll get you.
This man, Steven Yinger, murdered his roommate, Jorge Diaz-Johnston. Now he's in this room, preparing to lie and outsmart the whole police department for 5 hours and 9 minutes straight. Spoiler alert, he's terrible at lying. And while the interrogation drags and crawls at times, there are some absolutely crazy twists, slip-ups, and intense face-offs in between.
I did nothing to George. I swear to God, I haven't seen him. I did nothing to him.
A sharp, dominating cop slowly corners this manipulative, clueless liar. And trust me, you'll want to see how it all unravels.
Y'all are reading this wrong. I had nothing to do with George. Nothing.
Then you need to start telling me something.
I'm telling you everything I know. I haven't seen him since Tuesday. I haven't seen him since Tuesday.
Because with everything that's happened, all these things that have happened after the fact that you say are innocent things, okay? And they could be. They're not good. But once this becomes officially a murder, everything that you have done after the fact points to you as being the suspect. Everything that you've done after the fact, all these things that we've been talking about, points to premeditation. It points to you killing him for profit to steal his stuff.
Start your lie counter now. Every time Steven lies, count it. Let's see if anyone gets the right number by the end. And also rate Steven's lying skills on a scale of 1 to, bro, just stop. Ready? Let's test your BS detector.
You're Steven Yinger. Okay.
This is such a shitty thing to go to jail for.
Yeah.
Driving on suspended license.
Yeah. Oh, is it Yinger? Y-I-N-G-R?
G-E-R.
G-E-R. Sorry, I don't know what I said. I'm tired. What's your date of birth?
6/8/1985.
And what's your home address?
1008 Alachua Avenue.
Telephone number?
850-775-5295.
Are you working anywhere?
No, sir.
I didn't realize. I know who you are now. I didn't realize who you were then because
I'm working a missing persons case, or I'm one of a number of investigators that's working a missing persons case.
Yes, sir.
And I knew that they were going out to try to speak with you. I didn't realize that you were arrested for something or anything. Tell me again, what are you arrested for?
Driving on a suspended license. He called me and asked me if I could meet him. That was important. So it was the only way I could get there.
Okay. Given the totality of the circumstances, with what's more important is Jorge. You call him Jorge or George?
George.
Okay. George being like your roommate or landlord, and roommate. What do you guys? Roommate. Okay. Yeah, I would have much rather just talk to you on the phone and ask you these simple questions than have you get, a criminal traffic citation or whatever it is for DWSR. So I apologize for that. I'll see what I can do with that situation.
Please, because oh my God, I'm doing so good.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Not my intention at all.
He just said it was important on the phone, and I did this statement last night.
I mean, it is, and the thing is. So he's out there probably somewhere, using. So I mean, we consider him to be endangered at this point. Because
see, I didn't really know anything about all that, but Raheem told me yesterday about it, and
yeah. Raheem knows that he's prone to kind of fall off the wagon on occasion. So that's kind of what we're doing, and it's just one of those situations where we've eventually he's gonna we'll find him in detox or something like that. I'm pretty sure. I hope, but or in a crack house somewhere. But it is what it is. As far as you guys don't have any other roommates, right? It's just you and him.
Just me and him.
Okay. All right. How long?
It's only a 2-bedroom house.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Sorry. I think I need to at least drive by and look at it. And Alachua it's over there by the hospital, right off Magnolia.
It's kind of on the side of Leon High School.
Mm-hmm. Are you from Tallahassee?
I moved here in 2002.
Where'd you used to work at?
Work?
Yeah.
Fresh for Less.
Maybe.
On North Monroe?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
The stocker in the frozen section.
Yeah, man, I feel like I've seen you. Like, not in a bad way, like law enforcement related. I just feel like I've seen you somewhere. So, all right. You mentioned Raheem a minute ago. How well do you know Raheem's last name?
Dan? I don't know how to spell it, but it's Danzer or something like that.
Danzer? Okay. How long have you been knowing him?
Since October, I think. About 3 months.
Did you meet him through George?
Through George, yeah.
All right. I'm trying to phrase this without planting seeds in your head or anything, but what's your thoughts on him?
He's an alright guy. I know he works at GNC. He works out a lot.
Nothing sketchy about him or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Alright. Okay. I'm going to have to ask you a series of questions, and I'm going to need some back and forth to try to get some of the information that I need.
Okay.
And I'll be straight up. I talked to, just a second ago when I was out there, I talked to the guy the cop that made contact with you there. And now we're concerned as to where George's car is, because we know that it was there earlier today, now it's gone. We're not worried about like a stolen vehicle charge or anything like that, because it's my understanding from reading the original report, I guess, you have access to the car.
Yes, sir.
So, but we need to look at the car.
Yes, sir.
Do you know where the car's at?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have to advise you of your rights now, because you've been arrested for DWSR.
Oh man.
So
I'm saying there's no way I can get out of this fucking.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh my God.
Here's the thing, Steve. I don't care about DWSR, so I'm not going to ask you about DWSR so that you don't incriminate yourself about DWSR. Because all I'm worried about is trying to find George.
Right.
So, but because you're technically in custody, because they did bring you up in your handcuffs, I have to advise you of your rights.
Yes.
I am not going to talk about DWSR. If I stray into DWSR territory, you let me know, and we're going to talk about something else, because all I need to know is George's last movements. I know the patrol officers talk to you. Sometimes they don't ask all the detailed questions, and it's better to hear it, hear it straight from you. So now we're going to take something that could have taken 5 minutes in your front yard. We've just turned it into a big deal. I apologize. So I'm going to read these to you. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have them present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, One will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish, and you can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of the rights that I've just explained to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you previously asked any other law enforcement officers to allow you to speak to an attorney about this incident?
No, sir.
Okay. Having your rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And again, if I inadvertently stray into DeDiegos land, which I don't intend to, just remind me of my promise. All right, so you and Jorge, when did you first meet Jorge?
In October.
Okay, how did y'all meet?
At this place called Oxford House.
Mm-hmm. What is that?
It's a sober living community, kind of.
Where's it at? I hadn't heard of it.
It's over Barberville Drive, off Adams Street.
Mm-hmm. I know where Barberville is. Yeah. Okay.
It's right there on the corner.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Were y'all both staying there, or just?
George was staying there, and
Mm-hmm.
I was doing outreach for reentry.
Mm-hmm. For re-injury? Is that
Reentry.
re-entry? Okay.
Like people coming from jails and institutions.
Gotcha. As far as you know, like, what was, if he's there, does he have a substance abuse issue, or did he at the time that he was struggling with?
From what I understand, I guess he was in rehab or like at Bakerette or whatever, and after he got out of that, him and his ex-husband, Don, agreed for him to go to the Oxford House for a little while.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you know what his drug of choice was?
No.
Okay. The situation with Don, I know that you mentioned you call him ex-husband. I don't think they're quite like divorced yet, but they're in the process of it. You know what I mean? What's the situation like between them?
I know they talk every day. Other than that, I don't really know.
So they're like splitting up, but they're still friendly with each other? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any violence between the two of them?
No.
Has Don ever been violent?
No. Not that I've seen.
Have you ever met Don before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He lives right down the road.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to Don, because he's the one that filed a missing persons report. And again, I'm skipping like way ahead. But you know, if something was to have happened to George, you know, I mean, the fact that he's going through a divorce right now with his ex-husband, Don, you know, I mean, that's something we got to look into. So I'm not trying to cast like dispersions on Don. If you know him, if you like him, if you guys are tight.
I mean, I don't know him, but
Yeah.
I mean, he seems like a good dude to me.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously that's like a direction we got to look. If something, you know, happened to George, but I don't necessarily think anything did. It seems kind of like he fell off the wagon again. Okay, so you don't know what kind of drugs that he's into.
I know he's been smoking a lot of weed and he's
Mhm.
been drinking. That's the only thing that I know about right now.
Okay. Is he drinking like so much? Would you consider him like an alcoholic, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Did you have substance abuse issues?
No.
Okay. Alcohol issues?
Mm.
All right. So you going to Barberville is just like a reentry from like DOC or something like that?
I was actually helping people coming from DOC.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you got to clarify that out.
Yeah.
You know. So, all right. And again, a lot of these questions might seem like I'm casting dispersions on George or Don or whoever. I'm not. I'm really just trying to get to understand him and figure out where he could be. But I know he's broken up from Don. Is he having sexual relationships or any kind of relationships with other guys?
I know he's on a dating site called Grindr, and he met a guy named Jeff.
Jeff. How long ago was that?
It's been about a month, probably.
Okay. Were they seeing each other more than once or twice, or?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen Jeff?
Mm-hmm.
He just told you about him.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you know if he's a black male or a white male?
I think he's white. I'm pretty sure. And I know he's married and has 2 kids.
this guy Jeff come to the house?
Yeah, he said he did. Like I said, I've never seen him, but.
Is there anything else you can remember about what he might have said about Jeff that might be a clue as to who he is? Job, anything like that?
What kind of job he had? I want to say he works with veterans.
Okay. Like maybe at the Veterans Administration or at some kind of nonprofit or what?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Alright, this is I've been married for like a long time, so I haven't had to like date on social media or anything like that, so this is kind of stupid, but have you seen his dating profile on this website? Like, you know what the name of it is?
I know the website's called Grindr.
Okay.
Other than that,
but you don't know like what his profile name is?
It's a gay site.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've worked enough of these cases, I know what it is, but I just didn't know if you knew like what his profile name was on there. Alright. Any other guys that are coming to the house that stand out?
No.
Alright. Okay. Alright. Where were you at before you came to meet them? You met them at the house?
Yeah.
Where were you at before you met them? Before?
At a friend's house.
What street was that on?
Appalachian Parkway.
Okay. Alright. So the last time, when was the last time that you saw him?
Tuesday. He sent me a text, asked me to get him some weed. So I tried to get him some weed, but I couldn't. About an hour after that, I left to go see my girlfriend. When I got back to the house, he wasn't there. I went to sleep.
So, okay. So, you were at home when he sent you the text?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright. And do you know where he was?
In the living room.
Huh?
In the living room.
Y'all were both home?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where were you? Like in the bedroom or something? Why wouldn't he just ask you?
That's just the way he is.
Alright, and you said when you left he was gone?
No, when I left he was there, but when I got back he wasn't there.
Alright, and you got back and he was gone?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Where was he at? Like, did you physically, like, when you left to go get the weed, did you physically talk to him when you left?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say?
Nothing. Yeah, he was sitting on the couch watching TV.
Car was still there, car was gone?
I had the car.
You had the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. How long did it take you to get back?
I probably left at like 12:30, 1 o'clock. I got back at 11:20 or 12. I went to sleep. I woke up.
You said you left at 12:30 or 1 and you got back at what time?
Like 11 or 12 from my girlfriend's house.
Okay, we're talking about AM or PM? When you said you left at 12:30?
I left at AM.
Okay.
Or, yeah, I left at AM and then came back at PM.
Okay, so how long were you gone?
10 hours, maybe.
10 hours
Yeah.
to go get the weed?
No, I went to my girlfriend's house. I couldn't get no weed.
Okay.
Yeah, I told him I couldn't get no weed.
And again, I'm not in the weed police. Did you go out and try to get weed and you couldn't get it, so you called him back?
I just called somebody and they said they didn't have any.
Alright. Did you let him know? Because I'm assuming,
Yes.
and correct me if I'm wrong, that when you left with his car, he thought you were going to go get him weed and bring it back, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. Alright. Sorry, so you come back 10 hours later and he's gone.
Yeah.
And was the house locked up? Was it secure? Was it?
The house was locked. So when I came in, I went to sleep because I thought he was in his bedroom. Woke up at like 3 o'clock, and I knocked on his door and nobody answered, so I opened up. He went in there.
3 a.m. or 3 p.m.?
3 a.m.
Okay.
And I sent him a text and asked him where he was, and he never said nothing back.
And you text him, no response?
No response.
All right. Have you had any communications with him, phone calls or text messages where he's called you or you've called him since then?
I've sent him a bunch of texts and I've tried to call him. It's going straight to voicemail.
Is that common for him to?
I've never seen him like that. But like I said, when I talked to Raheem said he knew about it.
Yeah.
So, and when I did the report last night, I let Raheem and the police, walk to the house or whatever. I guess they seen the liquor bottles or whatever.
You mentioned your girlfriend. Where does she live?
She lives off Catawba Street.
What?
It's off Mission Road.
Okay. All right. What's her name?
Kelly Dubose.
Okay. Do you know her date of birth or anything like that? Or remember her phone number or anything like that?
It's in my phone. I don't remember phone numbers.
Catawba off of Mission. That's a one-way street. Is she on the left or the right?
It's just houses on the left. They're like duplexes.
Yeah. Is there a particular car sitting out, or do you remember the house number?
It's a black Ford SUV kind of looking.
Okay. All right.
She was on the phone with me whenever I got to the house.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm not worried about a car, but I'm gonna have to find it. The same two officers that were sitting at your house this evening, there were two other officers that were sitting out there when the other guy met you, from my understanding. They've been sitting on the house all day. And I can't remember what time it was, but they saw the car leave your house. And I think you were in it, is my understanding. And that was shortly before or after lunch today.
Right, I only got something and came back.
Yeah. So where did you go to get something to eat at?
McDonald's.
Which one?
On Magnolia.
Chick-fil-A's right across the street, man. Just saying. All right. Where did you go after that?
Came home and ate.
All right. So where'd the car go?
I don't know. I guess George came and got it or something. I don't.
Did you see him?
No.
If you did, just tell me. I know he's trying to lay low.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
So, what time did you come back out of the house to see the car was gone?
I didn't know until I was just pulled up.
Well, you went and got food,
Mm-hmm.
and you took it back to the house to eat it.
Yes, sir.
And then you went inside and ate.
Mm-hmm.
And then you left to go somewhere.
Yeah, I left.
To your friend's house over off of the Parkway.
No, I went to my girlfriend's work.
What time did you go to your girlfriend's work?
I'm gonna say probably. I have to look at my phone. Probably 3, maybe.
Okay. Where does she work at?
Capital City Jewelers.
How did you get to her work?
I walked.
Okay. Where's that located at?
Right there on Mayhem, right up the street from the house.
So when you came out of the house and you walked there, you didn't notice the car was gone?
The car was there when I left.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. All right. And when, oh, excuse me. So after you went to her work, did she drive, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Y'all went to her place, or okay?
We went to her house, got, hung out there for a minute, and then we went to my friend's house after that Parkway.
Okay. Is she still over there?
No. Pretty sure she's home.
All right. I gotta find that car. So, and I don't necessarily believe what you're telling me, because I think you're worried that I don't know, worried about your DWSR. I'm not.
I am worried about the DWSR,
Yeah.
but I mean, I'm telling you everything is true.
Okay. So your friend's house on the Parkway, where's that located at? And what's the friend's name?
His name is Mohammed Dane.
What is it?
Mohammed
Uh-huh.
Dane.
Dane?
Mm-hmm.
D-A-N-E?
Mm-hmm.
And where does he live?
He lives right behind Motel 6, off of Lafayette.
Do you know the street off Lafayette, or he lives on Lafayette?
Hold on, I'll tell you. It's right before you get to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
On the right, if you're going towards Capitol Circle, like.
Gotcha. Is it a one-way street?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's Myers Park Lane. What kind of cars you got outside?
A gray Ford Escape. It's like a SUV kind of looking.
Okay, give me a second. What's Kelly Russell or Kelly DeBose?
It's DeBose.
Did she used to be Russell? Gotcha.
Man, I just can't get over. Please, man. There's got to be a way I cannot get arrested for driving on a suspended license.
Hurry up. Don't worry.
Oh,
Don't worry.
Jesus.
No,
That would just be a
that's-
shitty thing to go to jail for.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, working these night shifts at 10:30 on a Saturday to do OSR is not really something that concerns me. So don't let it concern you. So again, so one of the issues I'm having is you were seen leaving the car today. Okay. And then you didn't come back. So that's the problem I have. It wasn't like I went to McDonald's, came back, ate food, and
that's the only time I used the car today.
But I can tell you that George didn't come and get it because the officers were out there. So I know that George didn't come and get it. So you got to help me out with the car. If I'm doing you a solid with this DWSR, you got to help me out with the car.
Right. Like I said, the only time I used the car today, I got up, went to McDonald's, got something to eat, came back, ate, talked to Kelly. She wanted something to eat, walked to her job, got the car, went to Olive Garden, got her something to eat, came back and sat up there until she got off.
Okay. So why would you walk to her job? I mean, you've been using this car for everything else, and I get the whole.
Because we were going to spend the night together.
Yeah, the whole thing that we're not mentioning, the DWSR again. I don't care about that. But I mean, you drove to McDonald's, which is on Magnolia. Where's Capital City George at? It's on
Mayhem. It's right there on the front street.
Where at on Mayhem?
Kinda right before you get to Capital Circle, on the right, where there's like a pizza place.
Is that new pizza place, Parks Pizza or whatever it is? Is that it?
I don't think it's called Parks. I think it's called Blaze.
Oh, there. Okay, so Magnolia.
No, it's on Mayhem.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
Yeah, it's called Capital City Jewelers.
Okay. So how far is that from McDonald's on Magnolia?
Just down Mayhem.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, fuck, Steve. I'll level with you. And this is a homicide unit at the Tallahassee Police Department that you're sitting in right now, and I'm a homicide detective. All right. Where we're at right now is there's forensic technicians that are serving a search warrant at the residence, and they're going over it with luminol and blue star and everything else, looking for traces of evidence, blood.
You think something happened to him? You think something happened to him?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at, and that's one reason why you're sitting here.
You think I had something? I did something to him?
Where's his car?
I don't know.
You know,
sir. Oh no.
Yeah. So shit got real, so I need you to be real with me here. If you didn't do anything, then I need some God honest answers to the questions that I have. All right. I can tell you that I know that he was talking to his mother on Sunday. I can tell you that he was at work Monday morning, and he got his paycheck and he went and cashed it. And then after that, everything kind of gets a little squirrely. He doesn't go to work the next day. His phone is used to send an email to his place at work with a really short message that's uncharacteristic of him, saying that he'll be in the next day. Of course, he doesn't go in the next day. And then we start seeing some really suspicious activity on his phone. That kind of worries me a lot. You know, one of the first questions I have is, why is he not answering his phone? Okay. Why, even though he's missing, is that phone probably still at the house at Alachua, based on GPS records?
I haven't seen his phone.
Okay. The only outgoing activity on his phone that seems to be legitimate is text messages he sent to you on the 4th and on the 5th.
The last time I talked to him was Tuesday. And I even showed the police, or the officer last night in my phone.
Okay. I'm going to need to see those.
Okay.
Do you have your phone with you?
No.
Who has it?
I guess the officer.
What kind of phone do you have?
A02 Motorola.
Okay. We're going to need the passcode of that phone.
Okay.
Where's that phone located at? Was it in the car, in the house?
No, he took it out of my pocket.
Okay. What's the passcode of that phone?
2525.
Okay. I'll go ahead and tell you now. You have a Fourth Amendment right not to have a search that phone without a search warrant.
I don't care. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we have your consent,
yeah, you have
then because I want to see these messages and make sure they correspond with phone records.
Yes, sir.
Because sometimes phone records can be wrong.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often would you say you drive this car?
All the time. I mean, not all the time, but a lot. Damn.
You and Kelly were driving it, I guess, at the park last night when a deputy rolled up on y'all at like 8:42 p.m.
Right, that's over by where she lives.
Yeah, it is. Now that I know she lives off of Catawba, it's very close to where she lives. Does she have roommates or something like that?
She has a roommate.
Okay, so privacy safe, go to the park.
Right.
Before that, how often have you driven the vehicle?
All the time. A lot, yeah.
Okay. Kelly has a substance abuse issue?
No, not anymore.
They used to have a problem with meth?
Yes.
Okay. What about you? Asking you straight. No issues with substance abuse?
No.
What do you use? Anything?
Cigarettes.
Cigarettes? Those will kill you too.
Yeah, and they took them from me.
You're probably jonesing for one right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So, again, so there's people that are smarter than me in our tech ops unit that track phones and go over phone records and stuff like that.
Yes,
So when I see something like a person's pattern of phone calls changes drastically from one day to the next, it makes me feel like in this particular case a certain event happened on the night of the 3rd and the 4th, that something happened, because then on the 4th, which is what, Tuesday? So Monday night, Tuesday morning, early morning hours, something happens drastically, and then Jorge doesn't arrive for work, and there's a email sent from his phone early in the morning. That staff at the law firm that he works at says uncharacteristic, he doesn't type that way. All right, makes me think somebody's using his phone to send a text message that says, "I'm not coming in," because we're buying time. And then when I see a text message at 11:05, and bear in mind, I'm not seeing him call anybody else, I'm not seeing him text anybody else, and then at 11:05 I see him text you, and like you said, I think you told the officers the exact same thing, so your story's consistent there, that he asked me for weed. Well, one of the problems I have with that text message and where you say you were at the time is this. You're in a 900-foot square house. He's on the sofa, you're in the bedroom, he texts you for weed. He texts you for weed instead of yelling at you for weed. That don't make no damn sense. But that's but it's a good answer for somebody that was thinking about, oh shit, they're gonna realize that his phone was at the house and my phone was at the house at the same time. Why would he send a text message to me and why would I respond? It's almost like Look at me, Steve.
Sir, you're wrong.
It's almost like somebody's sitting there with two phones. Like somebody's sitting there sending a message to George's phone and replying to George's phone to make it look like George is still alive.
If you look at the past, that's how he talks to me.
Yeah.
He doesn't talk to me.
Okay. All right. And then all of his outgoing between the 4th and the 5th is just to you. So on the 5th, he's texting you too on his phone records. So on Wednesday, he's still texting you.
The last text I got from him asked me if my dude was still out.
Mm-hmm. What day was that?
That was on Tuesday.
Okay.
So I came back, or I came out the room and told him that I would call.
Mm-hmm.
I called, dude said he was still out.
Yeah.
That was it.
All right.
Oh man. Sir, y'all are wrong.
If there was an accident, if there was an OD.
Sir, I haven't seen him, I swear, I don't.
Because we'll find him, and we're going to find the car.
Yes, sir.
Alright, they're going over the house with a fine-tooth comb.
Yes, sir.
So, you might want to get ahead of that.
I have nothing to worry about, sir, because I don't know anything. I swear.
Okay. And Kelly, we're going to have to talk with Kelly.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
She, like I said, she was on the phone. I told her everything that was going on.
Yeah. Okay.
When I pulled up to the house, she was on the phone the whole time.
I'm going to ask a question, but I know what you're going to tell me. How did somebody drive the car off today?
Do what?
How did somebody drive the car off today?
How did somebody drive the car off? What do you mean?
Where are the keys to the car at?
I left them on in the house. There's a dog with a table on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we set the keys at.
There's a what? A dog?
It's like a statue.
Uh-huh.
And it has a tray on it.
Yeah.
In his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we set all the keys, cigarettes, whatever.
Okay.
Because we don't smoke in the house.
So they should still be sitting there, right?
Yes.
Because, I mean, when you came in at 8 and then you
when
left,
I left today, the car was there.
The car was still there when you left. You locked the door to the house?
Yes. And I gave the officer that just arrested me the key to the house.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go sort through some of this. Be right back. I can assure you that if you didn't do anything, you don't have anything to worry about.
Okay. I mean, I'm just worried about this whole pulling up with no license thing, man. That would be a fucked up thing to go to jail for, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be. stealing my wallet while I was gone.
Do what?
I said, thanks for not taking my wallet while I was gone. I didn't know I left it sitting there.
Okay.
That morning he texted you about the weed from the living room.
Sorry?
So that morning that he texted you about weed from the living room.
Mm-hmm. It's like 11 o'clock. I think was what Tom said.
Yeah. Where all had you been that day before he texted you?
I'm not really sure. I don't really remember, to be honest with you. I don't think I went too many places.
Would you have already been up and moving around, or had you been asleep since then?
Yeah. I always get up early.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is the last day you saw him, so at least that portion of it stands out in your mind. So using that as a frame of reference, work backwards and tell me where you've been.
Let's see. Unknown County. Monday night. Came home. I don't think I went anywhere, to be honest with you.
So if I told you you were seeing on
Not
Tennessee
before
Street,
11.
if I told you you were seeing in Tennessee and Basin, around Tennessee and Basin, would that help you out any?
Was it before or after 11?
Before 11. It was about 9:09 a.m. to be specific.
I don't think so. No. No. I mean, you could just look on my phone, right? I mean.
We'll do that.
Hmm.
We're gonna have to do that. I'm afraid. So these are George's phone records. In incoming, outgoing, incoming, outgoing. You get the picture.
Right. That's when he asked me about the weed that I showed him.
Yep. So that's when he asked you about the weed. Everything after he asked you about the weed is incoming calls that he doesn't answer, or a text message that he doesn't answer or respond to. And then what about right here? And that's on the 5th. So that's the day after he asked you about the weed, the last day you saw him. He texts you on the 5th.
I never got no text from him on the 5th.
Okay. Alright. And then everything after this is incoming, is not answered. Incoming, 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 not answered, not answered, not answered. His phone literally stops making outgoing stuff after he texts you about the weed on the 4th. After that, other than these 2 text messages that you don't remember receiving from him, his phone goes dark. Now, the problem with a text message is who's sending the text is not always necessarily clear, even if it's from George's phone.
Yes, sir.
It could certainly be somebody else sending that text. We have ways of determining that. But for the time being, you know, I'm fairly content in saying that the last legitimate call that we know about occurred on the 3rd at 2:49 p.m. in the afternoon. The last outgoing activity on his phone where he made a voice call and he talks to somebody, okay, that occurred the day before. After that, I don't know who's using his phone. It ain't George.
Like I said, Tuesday, he was on the couch. I was in my room. He sent me that text. I came out and let him know that I would call. I called the guy. He said he was still out.
Yeah.
And then I left, and he was on the couch watching TV.
And let me correct myself if I said Tuesday. Monday is the last call that I can attribute to him, that I know that he sent, not Tuesday.
Okay.
So either I got that wrong or he did, but
No,
Tuesday
is the last time
is
I
the
saw him.
text.
Yeah.
And you're saying that's the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Okay.
Physically.
Do you see how suspicious it is that you were driving his car yesterday, that you were driving his car today, and you go in, you eat a Big Mac, you leave your house on foot instead of driving his car, and now his car is just like completely disappeared?
Sir, I swear I don't know anything.
Yeah.
I don't know what Jordan's got going on, man. Just
Alright, let me go pull up some traffic cameras. Chill out. You need a bathroom or anything?
What's up?
Okay. Water? Cigarette?
I would love one.
Yeah, just kidding. Can't smoke here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Could ask you more questions, not beat a dead horse here. So, on the morning of the 4th, he's in the house, you're in the house. He sends you a text message for weed a little after 11. You said you're in the bedroom. What are you doing in the bedroom?
Watching TV.
All right. What's he doing in the living room?
Watching TV.
Okay. Is there really a guy on Myers Park Lane where you and Kelly were at?
What do you mean, is there really a guy?
Because we just got Kelly at room 231 at Motel 6.
Motel 6,
yeah, not at Myers Park Lane.
Right.
Yeah. Is that where y'all were?
Yes.
Okay, why'd you lie to me about that?
Because she told me not to tell her that she was at the motel room.
Sure. Okay. So.
She told me she was going home, so.
Yeah. How long have y'all been in the motel?
We just got there maybe 30, 45 minutes maybe.
Is that y'all's room or somebody else's?
It's in my name.
Why did y'all go to the hotel tonight?
She went and bought some lingerie and
But you got the house at home to yourself.
I don't know, she just said she wanted to get a motel room, so I said okay.
Did you look at the news today?
Mm-hmm.
Watching TV today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's the TV at in y'all's house?
In my room.
Well, what about the one in the living room that Jorge was watching?
He has a movie app on his phone. He watches a bunch of black and white movies.
Was there a TV in the living room up until recently?
No.
There's a cable box there.
It's a Wi-Fi box. It's for the computer.
Gotcha.
Because I guess his legal work on it.
Okay. Run me through today. You said that you got up at what time?
Let's see. Kelly called. Said she was going to work. She wanted something to eat from Olive Garden. I went and got something to eat, came back.
Is there a McDonald's bag inside your house?
There should be.
Where's it at?
In the garbage can.
Okay.
Or right there next to my bed. I didn't put it in the trash. Then I went to her job. Then I went to Olive Garden, got her some soup, salad, and breadsticks.
What time did you go to McDonald's?
I have to look on my phone. It was before 12, I guess. I know that. I think it was before 12.
Okay. You went through the drive-thru?
No, I went inside.
Okay. You drove George's car, you came back from McDonald's, went inside, you ate your food. McDonald's bag with a receipt probably attached to it with a timestamp that's probably going to be there. You didn't leave the house again until you were going to see Kelly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time was that?
I asked her if she was hungry now, and she said a little bit, and I left right after that.
Was that a text message?
Yes.
And she told you in the text message she wanted Olive Garden or something?
Some kind of soup. I don't remember the name of it.
And all the breadsticks you can eat? Alright. So you walked on foot from your house to Olive Garden?
Yes. No, to Kelly's job.
Okay. And So you walked to Capital City Jewelers.
Mm-hmm.
What time was that? You told me before it was about 3. Does that sound right?
I got there at 3. I had to have been about 3.
How long does it take you to walk there?
Maybe a little bit before, but 2 or 3, 2:30, 3 o'clock. You just look on my phone, man.
So once you got there, how did you get to Olive Garden?
My homeboy came and picked me up.
Okay.
We went to Olive Garden.
Who's your homeboy?
Muhammad.
What car did you take?
The blue car.
Whose blue car?
That's at my house right now.
Okay.
It's his car.
You go to Olive Garden, you pick the food up, you come back. How'd you pay for the food at Olive Garden?
With my money.
With cash? Or
Cash.
okay. You took the food back to Capital City?
Mm-hmm.
Went inside?
Mm-hmm.
What time did y'all leave there?
When she got off at like 5:30.
How did y'all get to her house? Or did y'all go to her house? Let me ask you that.
Yeah.
How did y'all get
She
there?
wanted to get close because we was getting the motel room.
Gotcha. How did you get to her house?
In the blue car.
Muhammad drove you?
No. His girl came and picked him up. He said I could use the car.
Was Muhammad in Motel 6?
No.
There's other people there though, right? In the room? Or no?
No, it's just me and Kelly.
What time did y'all get to Motel 6? Daylight or dark?
It was dark.
Y'all go anywhere else between Kelly's house? Anywhere else today?
Ross.
Where?
Ross, that's where she got the lingerie thing.
Okay. So you're on video inside Capital City Jewelers?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna have to come back to the car issue before we conclude things.
Okay.
If nothing else, because I know for a fact that the car was there at 1:03, because I saw it. Officers saw you departing in the car. It didn't come back. I rode out there to where they were at 2:17, and the car still wasn't there. And they saw you leaving in it. Okay? They saw you leave in the car. Okay? And this isn't the McDonald's run. This is you leaving in the car and not coming back. I can't get around that.
So the guy Muhammad, he's a drug dealer.
Mm-hmm.
He just asked me if he could use the car, and I told him yeah.
Does he really live on Myers Park Lane?
To be honest with you, I'm not really sure where he lives, but I know his girlfriend lives in Hollyfield. His number's in my phone if you want to call him.
When did you take the car to him?
went to Olive Garden.
Okay, where did you meet him at to give him the car?
Olive Garden.
Is Muhammad a black guy?
Yes.
Where does she live at Hollifield?
It's the middle pull-in part, all the way in the back. I'm not sure exact the apartment number, but like I said, his number's in my phone. If you want
What's
to
it
call,
under?
Bando.
So whose car are you actually driving?
That's his car.
That's Muhammad's car?
Yeah.
Who's it registered to?
Shit, I don't know.
How do you know that's his car? Have you seen him in it before?
Yes.
Okay.
He drives that in a Ford Escape. Like
How old is Muhammad?
30s.
Tall, short, skinny, fat?
My height, my weight.
How tall are you?
5'10".
What's your weight?
175.
What kind of hair's you got?
Dreads.
Any gold?
No.
Tats?
No.
No tats?
Not that I know of.
What was he wearing today?
Just some jeans and a t-shirt.
What color t-shirt?
I want to say white.
Where do you normally meet him at?
Where do I normally meet him at?
Yeah.
In Hollyfield.
Steve, I've been doing this for 20 years. I spent half of that in narcotics before I came to homicide. Is it math or what are you guys into?
I'm not into anything. He gave me $100 to use the car.
When are you supposed to get him back?
9 o'clock in the morning.
Is he supposed to call you?
Yes.
And this is after the police have come to the house and said George is missing. Did you think that was wise?
Probably not.
No. I know that we're gonna find George dead, aren't we?
Why you say that?
Just everything.
Listen, man.
Just a feeling.
Listen, I swear to God, I don't know what happened to George. I really don't.
Okay, let's back up a second. Let me say I take it with a grain of salt that you didn't do anything to George. You'd be in a position to know who did. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Just all the suspicious activity going on, you know? His car getting loaned out, phone calls, all that mess. So.
Sir, I really hope nothing is wrong with George.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
through my phone and see that the last time I talked to him was Tuesday.
Okay. You lied to me about leaving in the car and about where the car is. You lied to me about where you guys were right before you had contact with us. There's no Myers Park Lane address that you guys were at. You are the Motel 6. Did you really leave? Did you really walk? You didn't walk to, so you didn't walk to her place at all today.
No, but I was up there all day.
Yeah.
I was up there all day.
So, what time did you meet him at the Olive Garden?
You have to look at my phone whenever she texts.
Okay.
Because I asked her if she was hungry, and she said yes a little bit.
Okay.
And I left right after that.
Okay. Did you reach out to Muhammad about the car, or did he reach out to you?
He texted me.
Okay. How does Muhammad know that you got a car that's not being used at the moment?
What do you mean?
How does Muhammad know? Muhammad texted you. What did he ask you?
He asked me if he could use the car.
Okay. How does Muhammad know that George's car is available?
He didn't. He just asked me.
Okay. Has he used George's car before?
No.
Has he ever met George?
No.
Has he ever seen George's car?
I'm sure he's been to the house.
Okay.
That's who George was getting weed from.
All right. But he's never met George?
No.
But he called you to ask specifically if George's car was available to be rented?
He just, because he knows I drive the car, so he was like, hey man, can I use your car?
Okay. And that text message is in your phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go talk to Ken.
Hey, bud. You know who this kid is right here?
Mm-mm.
No idea.
No, sir.
Okay.
Kelly tells me I watch TV in the living room a lot, and it's a big TV. Why the fuck would she lie about something like that?
I don't know. The only TV that I have is the one that she gave me, and that's the one in the bedroom. She gave me that TV.
Listen, I can sit here and confront you with everything that she told me. But I don't know that there's any reason for that. something bad has happened, and we need to find out what that is, and you need to tell us.
What do you mean something? Listen, I let Muhammad use the car. I mean, that is... Oh my God, I know I should have did that.
What kind of conversation did y'all have while y'all were in Ross today?
Me and Kelly,
Mm-hmm.
She said that she had seen on Facebook where there was a missing person report.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her that I did a report last night. That was it.
She says a couple of days ago you told her that George was going to Miami.
I was trying to cover for him. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know if he was out drinking or not. Same thing I told Raheem last night.
And she says that when you were in Ross tonight, she asked you if George got back from Miami. What did you tell her?
I said, yeah. I said, I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so.
That's exactly what I said.
When she asked you about where his car was, what did you tell her?
I told her that it was at the house.
At whose house?
Don's.
Why'd you tell her that?
Because I didn't want her to know that I rented it out.
What have you been in prison for?
Theft. Man, I didn't do nothing to George.
Did somebody else do something to George?
Not that I know of. I just been kind of spinning my wheels because I don't know what's going on with him.
Did you tell Muhammad or Bando, whatever his name is, about George?
No.
About George having money, George getting paid?
No.
Do you know who George's people are?
I know he has a brother in Miami that used to be the mayor. Me and him just took a trip down there and spent some, like 4 days with his mom.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a brother that used to be the mayor. What, like another brother that coaches?
Yeah,
For the Dolphins?
The Gators.
I think he coaches for the Dolphins now.
Okay.
He's one of the coaches of the Dolphins now. I got you living with George. Got him disappearing. I got some screwy phone records. Nobody's gonna believe for 1 second that in a 900 square foot house, he texted you for weed from the couch while you're in your bedroom.
That's what happened. You can just look on my phone. I swear, that's exactly what happened.
I got you telling your girl all kinds of stuff about where George, oh, he's on vacation, he's in Miami, you can come hang out. I got you giving his car away. Did George deal with Muhammad?
No.
Where would George get his coke from?
Coke?
Whatever he uses.
I don't know. The only thing I've ever got from him is weed.
Yeah. Okay. How did you meet Muhammad?
I met him at a gas station on the south side of the petrol.
Does he sell Molly?
I think he sells, I know he sells weed and Tunchi and pills that I know of.
When's the last time you used Molly?
A few days.
Okay. Where do you get your money from?
I was working at Fresh for Less.
That was a while back though, right?
Like 3 weeks. I go to the plasma place on Tennessee Street, Griffles.
How much was your rent with George?
$500 a month.
Damn. Rent's crazy in this town. You and George were not getting along?
He didn't like Kelly. Kelly kind of lived with us for a little bit. He didn't like her staying there.
Yeah. Why didn't you like her staying there?
Because me and her fought a lot.
Have anything to do with drug use?
No.
So was he asking you to move out?
Yes.
When did this conversation occur?
It's really been going on for weeks. He just wanted me to stop fucking with Kelly. And me and Kelly kind of broke up and everything was good. Then me and Kelly got back together and then it wasn't good. And then me and Kelly broke up again. Just kind of seesaw.
You went back to the Oxford house a couple nights ago, right?
Doing it?
You went back to the Oxford house a couple nights ago?
No.
You didn't go there to find a place to stay?
No, I didn't go there. I called to set up an appointment.
Did you tell somebody you had a fight with George?
No.
Did you have a physical fight with George?
No.
Did you kill George?
No.
Have you ever fought with George?
God, no. No. George is my friend.
Have you used any of George's banking cards?
Yes.
When?
It's been Tuesday or Wednesday. The FSU credit card. He keeps it in the car to put gas and shit like that in there.
Which FSU credit union?
I'm not sure which one. That's just what it says on the card.
You said Tuesday or Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
How much did you withdraw?
100.
Where else did you use it at?
I got something to eat.
Spike, you said you need to put gas in the car.
Do I now?
You needed to put gas in the car, you said? Did
Yes.
you say that?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Where'd you get gas at?
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. Probably at the gate right there on Magnolia. I imagine it's the closest thing.
Where else have you used the card?
At the mall.
Which mall?
Governor Square.
Which store?
DTLR.
I haven't been to the mall in like 5 years. What is DTLR?
It's just like a clothing place.
How much?
I'm not really sure, like 150, something like that.
Yeah, about that. Ish. Where else? What day was that at the mall? Do you remember what day that was?
Tuesday or Wednesday? It was Tuesday or Wednesday that I used the card. That was it.
Any other purchases with the FSU card? How'd you pay for the room tonight? Roland's over there now pulling the records, but...
Cash.
Yeah. Where'd you get that cash from?
From renting a car.
What other banking cards of his have you used?
I haven't used any of them. There's a Bank of America card, but I haven't put any money into it.
Where are those cards at now?
In the center console of the car.
Which car?
The blue car.
The car that you drove there?
Mm-hmm.
How did you get those cards?
He gave them to me.
When?
Tuesday.
Why?
He said I needed to put gas in the car.
So he gave you 2 different bank cards?
Yes.
Where's his wallet at?
I don't know. I don't know.
So you were driving the car on Tuesday? You were driving the car around Basin in Tennessee, like we talked about earlier.
No.
What time did he give you the cars on Tuesday?
Um, 12 or more. I mean, it couldn't have been too long after he texted me about the weed. A couple hours. 12 or 1 maybe. I went and seen Kelly. And then when I came back, I got back, it was like 12:20, because I remember calling her and telling her that I made it home. And I laid down and went to sleep. Woke up, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I knocked on George's door, and nobody answered.
Okay.
I opened the door, and he wasn't in there.
I gotcha. I'll sort it out for you. Almost done. What'd you do Monday? First day of the week.
I know Monday night I spent with Kelly, for a little while.
Spend the night over there?
No, I didn't. I mean, I went over there at night. I didn't stay at night. So
What'd you do Monday afternoon?
I don't really remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. What about the night, the evening time? Where'd you eat dinner at that night?
I know I was with Kelly. I had been with Kelly. I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you said you went to her house, but you didn't spend the night?
Right.
Where'd you spend the night at?
Home.
Do you know what time you would have got home?
No.
Alright. And then Tuesday morning, got up, did whatever. He texts you about the weed. At some point he gives you a card. You leave to go get the weed. You don't come back. No?
No, I didn't leave to go get the weed.
Or you left, I'm sorry. You couldn't get the weed. My bad. Where's George's phone at?
I don't know.
It was at the house when you and Kelly were there on Wednesday night.
No.
Yes.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And GPS records put it at the house. It's put it at the house the whole time until it went dead or it was turned off. Kelly said that she was at the house with you on Wednesday night.
She did.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Because, what was it, the night before? So Tuesday night, like around 11, and we're pulling the video from her place. You told her that she had some good news. You went over to her house. What'd you tell her?
Nothing. I just asked her if she would stay with me.
Mm-hmm. You told her that George was going to Miami?
No.
That's what she says.
The only thing I said about Miami was the other day, just because I was just trying to cover for him. That was just like 2 days ago. Or maybe it was even yesterday or something like that.
She said that you drove over to her house at 11 o'clock at night to tell her the good news in George's BMW. That George was going to Miami. And she'd be able to come over to the house and hang and spend the night, which was good because George didn't really like her being there, so she hadn't been able to come hang for a while. Then Wednesday night, she's over there watching the big screen TV in the living room. When the phone, she hears the phone over there on the desk go off, and she gets up and she moves the papers around the desk, and lo and behold, there's George's phone. And she asks you, isn't this weird that George's phone is still here?
That's not true.
And then she said, you told her, yeah, that is weird because I've been calling him.
I have been calling him.
Mm-hmm. Which, and we both looked at the phone records.
Mm-hmm.
You've been blowing him up.
Yes.
No doubt. No doubt. But it'd be weird because you've been calling him for days, but the phone's in the house.
The phone is in the house right now?
She sees the phone in the house. She hears it go off. But you've been calling for days and you didn't hear it go off the whole time you were calling.
I have not seen his phone.
And GPS has put that phone in the house the whole time until it shut off. So I'm going to ask you again, where's the phone at?
I don't know.
Listen,
I don't know. I haven't seen any phone. I haven't seen no phone.
You've never had anything like this happen before, have you?
No.
What happened?
What do you mean, what happened? Nothing. I don't know.
Exactly what I mean.
I don't know. I don't know. I just been spinning my wheels trying to figure out what to do about this George thing.
Did you get high on Molly and do something that you would have done otherwise?
Oh my God.
Did you?
No, sir. No, I did not.
If something,
Listen.
No, you listen to me. If something was an accident, okay, there is premeditated homicide.
Listen.
No, you need
I have
to
not
listen.
done anything to George. Nothing.
Well, then what happened?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Why are there sheets missing from his bed?
Sheets missing from his bed.
Yeah. The comforter, the top sheet of his bed, why is it gone?
His blanket is on the couch.
Is it?
Yes.
Why is the TV gone from the living room?
There is no TV in the living room.
You're telling me there never was a TV in the living room?
The only TV that was ever in there was the one Kelly brought over there, and it's in my room now.
Okay. Was there a TV in the living room Wednesday night?
No.
Okay. You've been living there since when?
October.
Okay. Were you at the house in December when the police came about the traffic crash?
I wasn't there, but I was at work.
Yeah. I mean, cops were body cameras now. There was a TV in the living room.
Okay.
All right. Kelly says there was a TV in the living room last night. Something happened to George. Something that was probably an accident.
Sir.
Okay. You've taken his credit cards and you've used them?
With permission.
Why? Why would you do that? Especially if he's going on a trip to Miami, which is what you've been telling everybody.
Sir, he asked me to put gas in the car.
So he gave you 2 cars to put gas in the car. You didn't just put gas in the car though. You went shopping. You withdrew $100. Then you went and used the debit card to buy gas. You went to the mall. There's some more.
He told me I could use it.
This guy that's trying to get you out of his house because of the situation with Kelly.
When me and Kelly stopped talking, when she left the house,
yeah,
that was it. It was over with. He said I was good. He said he didn't want her in his house. That was the whole issue. I've done nothing wrong. I mean, I let Muhammad use the car today.
Do me a favor, sit in that chair, buddy. The more we go down this road, and I want you to listen, I don't want you to interject. I want you to listen, I want you to pay attention, because I'm serious about this. I don't have any malice in my heart against you. I'm not mad at you, I'm not upset with you. I don't get off on arresting people for murder or for anything else. This is my job. Just listen to me. Before you get all panicky, I want you to listen. I honestly, I don't. In situations, and I'm not talking about this situation, I'm talking about in all situations, okay? I just, I feel for everybody involved. The person that loses their life, the family. I feel for the person who did it, because that changes their life forever. A lot of times it's, some thug shooting another thug over drugs, or, the color of a bandana, whatever gang they think they're in. It's bullshit like that. Sometimes, people get high, they do things that they wouldn't normally do, and it's because they have a sickness, it's because they have an addiction. I can understand that. The problem we have, you're the only one that can tell a story, okay? There is a difference. There is a difference between somebody who kills somebody out of anger, all right? Who kills somebody out of anger and then to profit from it by taking their car, taking their credit cards, selling items out of the house, getting rid of stuff, doing whatever, okay? There's a certain level of premeditation that goes with that. And premeditation, of course, is the pinnacle of homicide, all right? That's going to prison for the rest of your life. That's capital punishment, all right?
I did nothing to George. I swear to God, I haven't seen him. I did nothing to him.
And then there is a person who does something that they wouldn't normally do because they're high. We start talking about manslaughter and things like that, okay? A lot lesser penalty, a lot lesser charge. I think there has to be some rational explanation. There has to be some reason that this occurred. I do not, for the life of me, believe for a second that your girlfriend is lying about seeing that phone in the house.
I haven't seen any.
The reason I say that is because we know that the phone is consistent with that location. know that's where it is. People smarter than me that work in this building, that figure things out like that, tell me that's where the phone is. All right? I do not like some of the answers that you've given me. I do not like you trying to tell me that on that morning he texted you about the weed, okay? And he texted you from the living room when you're in the bedroom, all right? I know, you know, that you sent that text to your phone.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
There's property missing from the house. You've got his debit cards. You've given his car to a drug dealer.
Sorry, he gave me
On
permission
Monday,
to use his car.
On Monday, her roommate took her home from work. She was home by 7. She talked to her daughter on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
She called you from her roommate's phone, and then she went to sleep. You're not on camera at her house Monday night. Tuesday morning, it's 7:15. From George's phone, you send an email saying, I'm not going to be at work.
No, I did not. No, I did not. Oh my God. I have not.
And then by Tuesday, you're using his card. You're driving his car.
I've always used his card. I've always used his car. You can ask anybody. He's always gave me permission to do that. Always.
I asked Kelly, she didn't know that George lets you use his banking cards. One of the other things I wanted to ask you about, this might make sense to you. Did you use his phone to call FSU Credit Union?
No.
Well, that Tuesday morning he sent you the text message. Did he leave the house at all?
I think he did leave earlier that morning.
So Monday, you remember, you can't remember what you did that afternoon.
Let me tell you, I know exactly what happened Monday.
Okay.
Monday, me and George went to Pensacola Street.
What time was that?
was in the afternoon. Came back home.
What'd y'all go to Pensacola Street for?
To get some drugs.
Where'd you get them from?
Palm West.
What'd y'all get?
Some weed.
Don't tell me weed.
It was weed.
Alright. This is a Monday afternoon. You go to get drugs, Palm West.
We come home and I stay at home all night.
Where did he stay?
Same place.
Okay. Oh. And then you already told me what happened Tuesday. Is there any changes to that?
No.
Which car did y'all drive to get the drugs from Pensacola Street?
The BMW.
Okay. What's the route y'all took to get there?
Tennessee to
Do you turn at Stadium or do you turn at Ocala?
I think maybe
Okay, that's good. So, I'm gonna step out here. I'm gonna have Will check traffic cams, Tennessee and Ocala. His tag should pop, right?
he was driving.
I wasn't spinning your wheels or pulling your hair or your leg or whatever. I don't care about the DOSR. I don't care who's driving. We're way past that. Earlier, and again, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. I'm not going to string you up and get you all charged up with something if you didn't do it. All right? You said earlier, multiple times, if you look at my phone, my phone will show where I'm at. Okay? Your phone could help you if what you're telling me is true. All right? You've given us consent to go inside your phone. You've given us the passcode.
Yes, sir.
All right, to do that. I want to make, and I told you have a Fourth Amendment right not to have us search your phone or anything else without a search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want to give me consent? I'm asking you again,
yes.
Is that consent still valid?
Yes.
Okay. So, let me read this to you, okay? It says, I, Steven Yinger, do hereby authorize to give your permission to Detective Nick Roberts with the necessary assistance of the Digital Forensic Examiner, that's the tech geeks on the other side of the building, to make a full and complete search of my cellular phone, computer peripherals, and digital media data, along with any data located on additional digital storage locations such items can connect to. I have been advised, and this is what I've advised, that we are engaged in an investigation concerning a violation of federal or state laws pertaining to a missing person. I do further authorize to give my permission to take from my cellular telephone any digital media or data which might have connection, value, or relevance as evidence in this investigation. Just like I've told you over and over again, you have the right to refuse consent to this search of your property. without us having a warrant. You have the Fourth Amendment right. I'm not going to violate that under any circumstances. I have the right to consult with an attorney or any other person of your choice. You can call mom, dad, you can call anybody you want about giving consent and permission to search the above described property, being your cell phone. Okay. Any cellular telephones with data located on these items or additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, found by the officers in the course of their search, can be used as evidence against me or others in a court of law. I don't care about text messages about weed or Molly or anything else. You're telling me that the information on your phone will show that you didn't have anything to do with George's disappearance.
Yes.
What this means is if there is evidence on your phone that shows that you did have something to do with George's disappearance, that can be used against you. Do you understand that? Okay. I fully understand and appreciate these rights and wish it to be specifically understood that I'm hereby giving my consent and my permission to conduct the search of the cellular telephone solely because of my desire to freely and voluntarily cooperate and assist in this investigation. I have not been promised anything, I have not been threatened, I have not been coerced in any way, nor is any inducement of any kind being held out to me in return for this consent and permission to search. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to read over it?
No.
Okay. If it is... If you will sign right there. Okay. I'm stuck on a couple things. Do you have a television in your room?
Yes.
Okay. Does George have a television in his room?
No.
Okay. Is your TV still in your room?
Should be, yeah.
Have you been sleeping in George's room since he's been gone?
No.
Is your room on the north side of the house, or
My room is in the back.
your room is in the back? Is your room messier than George's?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's okay, I'm not your mom.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. All right.
I mean, not too bad, no.
Has anybody else been staying with you?
No.
Since George has been gone?
No.
Other than Kelly coming over to spend the night?
No.
Okay. So George does not have a TV in his room.
No.
You have a TV in your room.
Yes.
And there's no TV in the living room.
No.
There's never been a TV in the living
No.
room.
Except for the TV that's in my room, we put it in there sometime. That's it.
How big's your TV?
Like that.
Like this?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on a wood shelf type thing in the
Mhm.
corner of my room.
Okay. And I'm still stuck on GPS location data for George's phone, putting it in a location consistent with your house and George's house on Alachua Street, Alachua Avenue. I'm still stuck on Kelly being at the house Wednesday night and hearing that phone ring and seeing that phone on the desk. I'm stuck on Kelly saying that that phone was on the desk, that George's phone was there, George's tablet was sitting on the ottoman, the footstool, okay? And those items aren't there anymore.
The tablet is in the trunk of his car.
Okay. Why is it in the trunk of his car?
When I left the house, I just stuck it in the car, that was it.
Okay. Were you using the tablet?
No.
Mm-hmm. When did you put the tablet in the trunk of the car? What day?
Thursday.
Why'd you put it in there?
Maybe Friday.
You remember why you put it in there?
I was trying to cut it on, but it wouldn't come on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
much it. I mean,
All right.
did y'all talk to Muhammad?
Bando?
Yeah.
We're looking for him.
Did y'all call him from my phone?
Do you think a drug dealer's going to answer the phone from the police?
I'm saying you could just call him from my phone and tell him to bring the car.
Yeah. And he's going to ditch that car somewhere as soon as we call him. And probably set it on fire.
No.
Oh, he's not that kind of drug dealer.
Listen. I'm really trying to get the car to you.
I feel you. I don't, you got this guy that, you got this guy that doesn't want your girlfriend to come to the house. He's trying to kick you out because of her. You're saying that he went off on a bender, he fell off the wagon, and you tell everybody he went to Miami to cover for him. Even your girlfriend. The one person you should be able to tell the truth about where George went to. Because she doesn't care if he went on a bender. She's got addiction issues. She hasn't been clean since she got out of the Oxford house. You haven't been clean since then. You know, you could have told her that, oh, he fell off the wagon and I don't know where he is. But you told everybody.
I didn't want to get him in trouble. He had just got out of the rehab. I didn't know what to do.
With who? How's that gonna? How's telling Kelly gonna get him in trouble?
I didn't tell anybody. I hadn't seen him. I didn't know what to do.
But you told Kelly that he was going to Miami. The day he doesn't show up for work, you call her and you say he's going to Miami. Good news. You go over to her house at 11 and you tell her that. It's on camera. He's showing up over there.
I did go over there.
Yeah. And then you go home after telling her the good news that she can come hang out because George is gone. And then you go home and she comes over the next night, his phone's still there, and she finds it to be weird. You don't remember that conversation you had with Kelly?
There was no phone.
Why would Kelly make this up?
That night, me and her got into an argument. I took her home that morning. We broke up.
Yeah, okay. So she's mad because y'all broke up. And she told me that y'all got into an argument over some other girl Thursday morning, and she went home, and she hasn't been back in the house since. Okay? You know, her recollection is spending the night over there, New Year's Eve, you and George, and friend girl coming to get her next day. She gives a pretty good accounting of Sunday, of Monday night. You weren't at her house. Monday night.
Monday night I didn't go anywhere.
I know. You told me that you and George went and bought. What time do you think it was?
It was in the afternoon.
Okay.
It was still daylight.
Mm-hmm. You went down to Pensacola Street and bought something, driving the BMW.
Yes. And
then y'all went back and the two of you stayed home Monday night.
Yes.
And were alone Monday night all the way through Tuesday morning.
And I didn't go anywhere Tuesday morning, period.
Yeah. And then 11 o'clock he texts you from the living room while you're in the bedroom and says, I need some weed. Ultimately, you leave the house in his car after he gives you his credit card, his debit cards, 2 debit cards, and you take his car and you go probably a whole bunch of places and you wind up at Kelly's, is what you're telling me. Tuesday night, you wind up at Kelly's and you don't come home for, you said you didn't come home until
12:20.
12:20.
12:20 is what time I got home.
Okay. So that same day on Tuesday, he texts you from the couch. Ultimately, you leave in his car. You make some purchases with his card. Pick your girl up from work, take her home.
Yes.
Did you stay there?
No, I've never stayed at her house.
Okay. So you left her house. Where'd you go after you left her house?
Home.
She says that on that day you took her home. You were there for a short while, and then you left.
Mm-hmm.
And then you called her or you texted her and you said you had some good news, and you came back to her house at around 11.
Yes.
So from the point, sometime around 7:30 or 8ish, because she gets off around 6,
Mm-hmm.
you carried her home on Tuesday, you dropped her off. Well, you stayed for a while, then you dropped her off.
Yeah.
So from on Tuesday between 8 when you dropped her off and about 11 when you went back to her house to tell her the good news that George was going to Miami, where did you go?
Home.
Okay, you went back to the house.
Yes.
All right. So just so I'm clear. I'm not sure if you realize what you just did there.
What do you mean?
I take pretty good notes. It's not because I don't have good memory. But I don't always want to rely on it. So, as we've been discussing this, and especially during the time periods of our conversations that we have discussed those texts that occurred on Tuesday afternoon, when he supposedly wanted you to go get him some weed. And again, these text messages where he's sitting on the sofa and you're in the bedroom of the same house. This is what you have said. We texted about weed while we're both in the house. I couldn't get in the weed. I didn't want to get in the weed. Then, a little bit later on, a couple hours later, I borrow his car. He gives me the credit card, tells me to put some gas in it, and I leave. I leave on Tuesday. I am away from the house until about, you told me about 12:30 or so. Well, you said 12:22 or 12:20.
12:20 is when I got back to the house.
Mm-hmm.
We're good.
Okay, 12:20. Okay. When you got back home at 12:20, and you said you went in your bedroom and you went to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. And then you told me that you woke up about 3 a.m.
Yes.
You woke up about 3 a.m. And you went and knocked on George's door.
Yes.
Why'd you knock on his door at 3 a.m.?
To see if he was in there.
Mm-hmm. So this will be 3 a.m. actually Wednesday morning.
Because I haven't seen him.
Yeah. This will be 3 a.m. Wednesday morning, right? Okay. Because Tuesday was the day about the weed. Tuesday was the day he gave you the car. Tuesday was the day he gave you the credit cards. Tuesday was the day that you drove his car to pick up your girl from work. You drive her home. You say you leave Tuesday around 8 p.m. You drive back home. You hang out for a little while, and then you're going to call her and tell her the good news. And you drive back over to her house, and you guys are sitting outside in front of the house. You tell her the good news that what, George is going to Miami, and you come over? Is that?
Not tell her that. I just told her about the Miami thing like 2 days ago.
Okay. And that's what she says.
Right.
So why would you tell her about George going to Miami? You drove all the way to her house. You told her that George was going to Miami.
I did not. I did not.
Yeah.
No. No. I drove back to her house, and I told her that I wanted her to stay with me.
Mm-hmm.
She said, well, what about George?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, what about George? And she said, okay. I came back home. I went to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up at like 3 o'clock. Still ain't heard nothing from George. You can even ask Kelly, because George is up all throughout the night. I ain't heard nothing from George. So I knocked on the door. No answer. I opened the door. He wasn't in there. Closed the door. That's it.
Okay.
And this Miami thing,
Mm-hmm.
I just told her that.
When did you just tell her that?
If it wasn't yesterday, it was just the day before. Couldn't have been more than 2 days ago. I didn't know what else to say. He's been gone.
Answer me this, because I know the question, or I know the answer to it. Is there any more money left in his FSU credit union account?
I don't think so. He told me there was $800 on there.
So you burned through $800?
Yes, sir.
It's about that, yeah. So, I mean, you've made a lot more withdrawals than just what we talked about earlier. You said you took out 100, you got some gas, you spent 150 at the mall.
Got some stuff at the mall, some food.
Yeah. So in just a matter of a couple days, you burned through $800. You buy some Molly?
No.
What'd you buy? Drug-wise?
Nothing.
Come on now.
I haven't bought any drugs.
This is like somebody that's on a bender, bro. You don't look like you've been high, though.
I'm not.
Yeah. Where's George?
I don't know. I don't know.
You know, I can't find any evidence that his car was on the road Monday afternoon. None. Especially the route you took. If you took that route, and that's fine. I'm just not finding any evidence of it. We've got pretty good cameras all over the city. I run his tag through him. I don't see nothing.
So, me and him, he drove, went to Pensacola Street.
Did y'all go anywhere else before you went to Pensacola Street?
No, we went straight there.
Okay. Did you go to the bank with him?
No.
Okay. So y'all drove to Pensacola Street and you bought weed.
A dime bag, because that was all the dude had.
And then y'all went back home.
And went back home.
You smoked.
Yes.
Okay. Spent the night there, both of you. And you're saying by 11 the next day he's on the couch.
Yeah.
Texting you, he's in the bedroom. Did you always go with him when you wanted weed?
No.
Mm-hmm. get weed for him on Tuesday?
I'm
11.
I'm the one that always gets weed for him.
Oh, okay.
Like he doesn't know anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And he rides with me sometimes he don't.
Gotcha. Is Kelly capable of doing something to George?
No, what?
What about Kelly's friends?
Kelly's not even from here.
She's from Perry.
Right.
Yeah. What about people you associate with? Bando, Muhammad, whatever his name is.
No.
Is he capable of that?
No, not that. I don't think so, no.
Mm-hmm. I really feel like we're hoping that we don't find George's body.
I did nothing to George.
Would you remember it if you did?
What do you mean, what I remember?
I'm asking. You told me you smoked Molly 3 days ago.
I did nothing to George.
Okay. But I'm telling you. If we get to that point, with everything that you've done after his disappearance, the lies of saying that he's in Miami, blowing through every penny in his FSU credit union account. I haven't even looked at the Bank of America, to be honest with you, but blowing through just blowing through all this money. I really think there's some stuff that's missing from the house.
The tablet's in the car.
Owning the car out to a drug dealer. And here's the other thing. George that you care about so much, it's almost like you're not caring. You're not expecting him to come back. Because,
what do you mean?
Well, here, Mr. Drug Dealer, take his car. Do you think that tablet's going to be in the trunk of the car when you get it back?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
$10 says it's not.
Kelly said she wanted to get a motel room, and I couldn't afford it. He said he wanted to rent the car for $100. So I said, okay.
How could you not afford it? You just went, you blown through $800 out of Jorge's accounts, man.
He gave me permission to use that card.
Did he give you permission to use every dime he had? Did he? Did he say, Steven, even though I have been trying to kick you out of my house?
He hasn't been trying to kick me out of the house. He got mad about the stuff with Kelly being there.
He got mad about drug use, is what he told everybody else. I'm not going to violate like the sanctity of AA meetings and everything, but yeah. I mean, did he give you permission to use every dime that he had?
He gave me permission to use the card.
Okay. To use every dime he had?
He gave me permission to use the card.
Okay. I'm still not
clear.
clear.
Gave me the PIN number.
Yeah. Okay.
Everything.
I'm still unclear as to why you had to blow through $800 just a matter of a few days. Because when he comes back, he's going to be upset. But if you know he's not coming back, then it doesn't matter. But again, like I'm saying,
I had nothing to do with George.
once we cross that threshold, once we get into that realm, and we look at everything that has occurred after he disappeared, the lies, the use of the card, a witness saying his phone was in the house, our electronic expert saying his phone was in the house, now the phone's not there, the car being loaned out, all the freaky phone activity. Now we start talking about premeditation. This had to be planned.
Listen,
This had to be planned. This must be premeditated homicide. We must have wanted to kill this guy for profit, to steal everything he has. That is a whole different ball game. That's the big leagues. All right? Now, it is a lot different.
Y'all are reading this wrong. I had nothing to do with George. Nothing.
Then you need to start telling me something.
I'm telling you everything I know. I haven't seen him since Tuesday. I haven't seen him since Tuesday. I haven't. I've been trying to cover for him. I don't know what to do. I don't know where he's at.
I hope that's the truth.
It is.
Because if it's not, I'll get you. Because with everything that's happened, all these things that have happened after the fact that you say are innocent things, okay? And they could be. They're not good. But once this becomes officially a murder, everything that you have done after the fact points to you as being the suspect. Everything that you've done after the fact, all these things that we've been talking about, points to premeditation. It points to you killing him for profit to steal his stuff. Now, there's another explanation. If you did something to him accidentally, if there was a fight, it got out of hand,
I haven't done nothing to him.
He fell, he hit his head, that's accidental.
I haven't done anything to him.
If you did something accidentally to him, you need to tell me now. You need to tell me now.
I have done nothing to George. Nothing. Nothing.
How high were you Monday night? It wasn't just weed, was it?
Yes. That's it.
We talked to George's people, his friends, his ex. George goes for harder stuff than just weed. I'm not saying he doesn't smoke weed. I'm just saying his addiction issues were with stuff a lot harder than weed. Okay? Your addiction issues were with stuff a lot harder than weed. Some of that money that you took out of George's account, you bought Molly with, because you told me you smoked Molly 3 days ago. You got $800 in your pocket. You got unlimited funds, so to speak. You're the king of the castle. The gypsies are in the palace, right? You probably spent a lot of time with George's money, with George's car, in George's house, getting high on Molly.
No.
No?
No.
Come on. You smoked Molly one time?
I've smoked Molly more than one time, but I haven't smoked since 3 days ago.
Okay. What's today? Today was Saturday. 3 days ago, we're talking like what, Thursday? So Thursday you smoked Molly.
Yes.
Did you smoke Molly on Monday?
No.
Did you smoke Molly on Tuesday?
No.
Wednesday?
No.
Sunday?
No.
New Year's Eve?
No.
Okay. When's the last time you smoked Molly before you smoked Molly 3 days ago?
A couple weeks.
Okay. How much Molly did you buy to smoke?
$50 worth.
Okay. All right. So you got your. I've been out of that game for a while. How many grams is that?
It's one, like
About one?
no, a half.
Half?
0.5.
All right. So it's 0.5. All right. So you get a half a gram of Molly for $50. Buy some gas for a car. You pull 100 out of the bank account. This is what you told me. There's more. You bought some clothes in the mall and some food. I haven't spent $800 this week. What else have you been buying with George's money?
George gave me permission to use that card.
I
man.
get you, man. I'm with you 100%. Help me understand, though.
I'm trying to help you understand.
What all
He
did you
gave
have
me
to buy?
permission to use that card.
Okay, well, is there anything else that you had to buy with it? Other than clothes, gas, and food to spend $800?
I bought a phone.
Who'd you buy a phone for?
Kelly.
Mm-hmm. What day did you buy a phone?
Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you buy the phone from?
Walmart.
Mm-hmm. Which Walmart?
On Man.
Mm-hmm. All right. Why did you have to buy Kelly a phone?
Her phone was broke.
Her phone was broke? Okay. Why was her phone broke?
She broke it.
Mm-hmm. Was her phone broke on Monday as well? First day of the week?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
All right. Do you remember going to the jewelry shop on Monday, getting like her cash out card and going to a Walmart, trying to get a phone for her, but she couldn't do it?
Yes.
Okay, so that was on Monday.
Yes.
So then on Tuesday, after George has given you the car,
Mm-hmm.
blah blah blah, you go and you buy a phone. How much you spend on the phone?
$200.
$200 on the phone. All right. I'm gonna write this down so I remember it. I don't want to put words in your mouth later.
Okay.
200 Tuesday phone for Kelly, and are you sure it was a man Walmart?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back and double check that. It wasn't the one on the Parkway?
No.
Okay, I get the two confused. I'll just have to go back and look. All right. So again, Tuesday, $200 purchase for a phone for Kelly. Have you texted Kelly since then? Since she got her new phone?
Yeah.
Have you called her on it?
Yeah.
Have you texted her on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, why would Kelly erase all the text messages that she has from you on that new phone?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm asking
All
you.
mine are in my phone.
Well, I hope.
I know.
What kind of phone you got?
AO2 Motorola.
Oh, Samsung brand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they're there. Even
They're
the ones
there.
even the ones you deleted are there, brother. Yeah, no doubt about that. Huh. What did you and Kelly fight about that was so bad on Thursday? A girl is what I heard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, some other chick. Has the other chick been to the house?
Nope.
To meet George? Has she been to the house with George not there?
She's never been to the house.
Okay. How did she find out about this other girl?
She went through my phone.
She went through your phone? Did she have permission to go through your phone?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't
Okay.
tell her no.
When y'all were at the hotel tonight, did she go through your phone tonight?
Yeah, I think she said she looked at my phone.
Yeah. Okay. So what did she see that upset her? Were you hooking up with some other girl, or some other girl was calling you or something?
Tonight?
No.
Oh.
When she got mad Thursday.
This girl Taylor.
Taylor. That's. I like that name. She blonde?
Yeah.
Uh huh. How old is she?
I don't know.
Yeah. Younger than you?
I'm not really sure. I talked to her a couple days.
Yeah. So she sees text messages. You probably ain't never done nothing with Taylor. Maybe
No.
you have. I don't know.
I
So that pisses her off. So Thursday, y'all break up.
Mm-hmm.
But you talked to her since Thursday, right?
Mhm.
What have y'all talked about?
What do you mean? What are we talking
I mean, you
about?
said y'all broke up on, like, when I asked you, like, well, why would she say these things, you know, about George's phone being there being a TV in the living room, about you telling her, hey, good news, babe, George is going to Miami, you can come over to the house Wednesday night. I asked you, why would she make these things up about you? And you said, we broke up on Thursday. So she must be mad.
The Miami thing, I just told her.
Yeah. She says it happened earlier. She says it was like, good news, George is going to Miami. You can come over to the house on Wednesday night. And that was Tuesday at 11 p.m. when you told her that. That's what she says. And I said, why would she lie on you like that? And you said, well, we broke up. She got mad at me on Thursday. We broke up. But she didn't stay mad at you. Because the other night at 8:42, you guys are sitting in a car at Fred George Park when the deputy rolls up. When she talks to y'all, she runs your name, she tells us where you parked at. You know, she did her job. So you guys didn't stay broken up. So my point is, whatever happened with Taylor on Thursday night is not enough to make her put you in the hot seat for George's disappearance. Because she's not that mad at you about Taylor.
Right, okay.
Because she was with you the other night at the park.
Right.
She went to Ross tonight, or yeah, well, we'll say tonight. She went to Ross for you tonight to buy lingerie so that y'all could spend the night in the motel at Motel 6. For the life of me, I can't understand why she just wouldn't come back to like your place, why we want to go stay in the Motel 6, whatever. She said she's been wanting to stay in a motel for a while. You know, maybe the house has got bad vibes because of what happened in it. I don't know.
Nothing happened in that house. I have done nothing to George.
I need you to tell me who could have done something to George if it wasn't you.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. You need to understand that I've given you every opportunity to explain what could have happened accidentally.
Sir, I have done nothing to George. I haven't seen him since Tuesday.
Because I will be 100% honest with you. Once I do my job and I figure out what happened, I don't care what a person gets charged with. I don't care if it is a manslaughter because of an accidental death where they only get 5 years in prison, or if it's capital where they spend the rest of their life. I do not concern myself with the sentence. I do not concern myself with the charge. I don't care. I don't care. My only job is to find out what happened. If I'm told something is an accident, and there's evidence to believe it's an accident, there's no reason to believe otherwise, then that's what we write it up as. And that's what the person gets charged with, is a lesser offense. I don't care. I'm not here to hang somebody out for George's disappearance or perhaps his murder.
I haven't
on a
done
capital
anything
offense.
to George.
But you're not given a whole lot of room for me to maneuver.
I'm telling you everything. Everything that happened. I'm telling you everything. I have not seen George since Tuesday.
Well, why do I have this sticky feeling, you know, in my stomach about all the weird shit that's happened since he left work Monday at 1:15? Did you send that message, that email?
No.
You know where George works?
At a law office by Lowe's.
Yeah. You ever been over there?
Once.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are looking at the wrong thing.
No, I'm looking at everything. Because no matter what my gut says, no matter the sticky feeling I'm getting in my stomach right now because of all the shit you've done since he disappeared, I'm not going to lock on to any one thing. I'm open to all possibilities, brother.
I haven't done anything to George.
Okay? Maybe he'll turn up. But if he winds up dead, with everything you've done since he disappeared, the lies you told, first to me, then to her, everybody else, the stuff that's happened with his property, his money, his car, all the phone evidence, saying that phone's in the damn house, or at least it was until it powered down.
I haven't seen the phone.
You're gonna be fucked.
I haven't seen no phone.
And I'm not talking about fucks like Taylor was gonna fuck you. You're gonna be fucked.
Telling you everything I know.
And if it happened, my gut says it happened because everybody was high, him included. And there was some type of fight or something like that. You might have been defending yourself. I don't know. I don't know because you're not telling me.
I am telling you. I'm telling you everything that happened. I have not seen him since Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Since Tuesday. Okay. Sit tight. We'll get this done. We'll look at it. And then we'll go from there. Come on in, Kelly. Kelly, is there a TV in the living room?
Yeah.
No.
Where'd it go?
The only TV I have is the one that you gave me.
Why am I keeping on the
There was no TV in the living room, Kelly.
Oh, we don't watch the TV either. Wednesday night?
No.
Okay. That's weird.
We stayed in the bedroom Wednesday night, Kelly.
Okay.
Kelly, do you remember a TV being in the living room?
Yes, there's a big fucking TV. There's always been a big TV.
Yeah.
Since the day I met you. Then I came over there, we sat down on the couch and watched it. You know it is, right? What's your problem?
The only TV that's ever been in the living room was yours, and that was
Yeah.
only.
Where'd it go?
Right. It's in the bedroom.
Wednesday night when you were over there, you heard
So the
a
big
phone.
50s, George's TV that's always been there is still there in the
The
house.
one that you gave me.
Yeah, I gave you a TV.
Right.
Yeah, as far as I know, there's still a TV in your room.
Yes.
Okay, where's the other one?
There is no other TV.
There's never been a TV in
No.
the room. I imagine that. Yes or no? I
Kelly,
imagine.
why are you doing that?
Doing what? There's always been a
Because
TV.
I left you at the motel?
No, I'm not understanding why there's been a TV. I'm not understanding where the fuck George is.
I don't know where George is.
Kelly,
Well,
did
I
you
thought he went to
find-
Miami. You told me he went to Miami with.
2 days ago, I told you he went to Miami, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He came to my house and said, "I got good news. George just told me that I'm going to Miami to go with his husband. They're rekindling their thing." How come Don hadn't seen him, George?
I'm trying to cover for him. I don't know where he's at. I don't know.
Well, why is your story that you're telling me that is different than what you're telling these people? Who are you?
Hey, Kel, when you were over at the house Wednesday night, you spent the night,
Mhm.
after hearing the good news Tuesday night, you go over.
Mhm.
You heard a phone ring
Yeah.
in the living room?
Yeah. George's phone was on the thing. We found it.
There's never been no phone there, Kelly.
Are you fucking kidding me? We picked it up. We realized it was George's phone that he left, and we set it back down. Yeah. You know that.
No.
Listen, I know I'm sitting here telling these police officers what happened and what you told me where George was. I don't know what you're telling them.
Exactly the truth.
Listen,
I haven't seen him since Tuesday.
Okay.
I haven't seen him since Tuesday.
Okay. Well, I don't understand why these police officers are telling me that the story that you've told me about where George was, went to Miami and stuff like that, that Is that
And
what
I
you're
told
saying?
him 2 days ago. I told him that he was in Miami.
Okay.
Kelly, does George often let you guys use the car?
Yeah.
BMW?
Yeah.
What about his credit cards?
No.
Would that
I've
be
never known George to let us use a credit card.
okay?
His car, yeah, we've always been able to.
Has Steve ever mentioned, hey, George is letting me use his debit card
No.
to the tune of $800 over the course of a couple days?
No.
Okay. All right. And while you're in here, I want to ask you. I guess he got you a new phone on, remember what day that was?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Because like on Monday he went to go get one with the Cash App, couldn't get one.
Yeah.
So on
Tuesday,
Tuesday he
yeah.
went and got one, paid for by George, and you guys have communicated since then, right?
Who? Me.
You and
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah, we talk every day.
Okay. Why aren't there any text messages? Why don't you have the text messages on your phone anymore? Why did you delete
wow.
those? Yeah.
Probably because like there's me asking him to get his tune sheet for me.
And you was worried we'd see those?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not good. That's not good. All right. Thank you for coming here and talking to us.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask.
Home.
Yeah.
No.
Will's gonna ask you some stuff about your phone and some consent and whatnot.
I'm ready to go home.
Okay. Will you ask her about that?
If there's anything else, like,
Yeah.
I'm ready to go home, or.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel you. And hey,
Like I said,
she's ready to go.
I've done
Maybe
everything I
ask her
can.
for
I
consent.
wanna
If she
go
says
home.
no, that's fine. I don't necessarily want to see that, but yeah.
You don't? Okay.
I don't want to see it.
That's fine.
It's not deleted off my phone.
There's some stuff that's deleted off your phone. Wanted to ask you about that. What barbershop do you go to?
His and hers.
Where's that at?
South Adams.
When did you last go there?
A couple days ago.
On Wednesday?
Wednesday or Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
How'd you get there?
I drove.
Drove BMW there, didn't you?
Yes.
Had some cash in your pocket while you were there, didn't you?
Yes.
People saw you with a lot of cash. Now, I don't know how much a lot is, but people saw you, said you spending some money. You had some money. You were flashing some money.
Splashing money.
Well, that's what I heard. I hate using that term because it sounds, I don't know, kind of old school.
No.
But you were there Wednesday or Thursday?
Yes.
All right. So. Have you deleted anything off your phone?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
In the last couple days.
I think, yeah.
What?
Messages to Bando.
Mm-hmm. Messages to George?
No.
Okay. You know how we keep, because I get something stuck in my head, I can't get it out. Those messages from that Tuesday where he was on the sofa and he asked you to get weed even though you were 20 feet away in the bedroom. You hit delete on those. Why'd you hit delete on those?
I didn't hit delete on those. was there on my phone.
Okay.
Kelly just looked, yeah, and the officer last night looked at him.
Okay. And the reason I say that is Kyle's out there doing a cursory search of the phone. Our tech guy should be in hopefully by 3:45 to do the deep search and get everything out of the deleted caches and all that shit on there that's been on the phone since you got it. What's Firefly?
It's the Oxford House.
So on Monday, the last day anybody's really seen him, he left work around 1, goes to Prime Meridian Bank. At least I think it was him that went to Prime Meridian Bank. And you tell me that you and him went to West Pensacola Street, got some weed, y'all went back home, y'all stayed the night there. And it was still daylight, but it was late in the afternoon when y'all went. $4:30 and 4:45, he's texting you about the living situation. You told me everything was cool, everything was copacetic, that you fixed the Kelly situation so he wasn't asking you to move out anymore. But this is on Monday, that same day. He asked you, were you planning on not paying rent? Don't you have money? Let me back up. What are your plans? Like, what are your plans to move out? And you're like, as soon as I get the money, we move into Firefly. What? Are you not paying rent? Don't you have money? George asked you, not to mention, to pay me half your utilities. You weren't going to pay me. You have until Wednesday to figure it out with Firefly or whomever. I'm having the locks changed on Wednesday afternoon and you need to be gone by then. You can stay depressed or locked in your bedroom, or you can actually start taking some actions. He was kicking you out. Y'all got into a fight.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, we didn't.
I promise you that you did. You got into a fight.
No, we didn't.
The only thing you got going on right now is George.
I ain't getting no fight with George. Last time I seen him was Tuesday.
Where were you at when you received those text messages?
Home.
Where was he?
Home.
So y'all are both at home and texting each other again?
That's what we do. He does. We never talk.
Did y'all go buy weed on Pensacola Street before this or after this? You didn't go buy weed on Pensacola Street.
Yes, we did. Because we pulled in. We went to Palm West. We pulled into Palm West. Pulled to the back. I called the guy. He said, "No, you got to come to the next one." So we pulled back out, made that left, and pulled into the next apartment complex.
kicking you out.
No, he was not.
His words say otherwise. You hadn't paid him rent, utilities. You snapped.
No. I did nothing to George. I did nothing to him.
So in the 10 hours you were gone from the house on Tuesday, he just walks away.
I don't know where he went.
Leaves his phone behind. Gives you his credit cards.
I haven't seen his phone.
Kelly has.
No, she hasn't.
She has no reason to lie. She has absolutely no reason to lie.
Okay.
She's not mad at you about Taylor enough for that.
I didn't say she was.
She has no reason to lie about you telling her good news Tuesday night. George is going to Miami.
I just told her that 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
On Monday, he's kicking you out. He's giving you an ultimatum. You gotta get your shit straight, make plans. You're telling him that I'm gonna move to Firefly.
That was the plan.
Monday night, you don't go to Kelly's.
No.
You and George home alone.
Yes.
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing.
Did he do something you couldn't forgive?
I have done nothing to George. Nothing. Nothing. I've done nothing to George.
Do you see how this looks, Steven? On Monday, he wants you out because you're not paying rent. As far as we can tell, after Monday, nobody but you sees him. You say he was in the house Tuesday. Nobody's seen him. He was seen at work Monday when he left around 1. Monday afternoon, he's saying he wants you out. Nobody's seen him or heard from him since then. Nobody's talked to him on the phone. Nobody's seen him. And you're telling me that he was in your house at 11 on Tuesday. And he gave you his cards and he says, here, use these. And you did. You trained them. You trained those accounts. Take my car. You took
No,
his
I
car.
only used the FSU card.
Mhm.
That's the one he told me to use.
Well, you used the heck out of it. The guy that on Monday is so upset with you that he wants you out because you're not paying rent. You went and used $800 of his money on top of that. Did you think he was going to let you stay after that? Probably not, right?
He gave me permission to use that card. He gave me permission to use his car.
Okay, I get you. So go put gas in the car. But those messages I just read, he's mad because you're not paying rent. He wants you out. Any rational person is going to say, I'm not going to overuse this card for his goodwill because I want to see on his good side so I don't have to move out. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you? But you don't. You spend his money and his money and his money until there's nothing left in that FSU credit union account and you can't use that card anymore. Do you see that, Stephen? That if this is your friend and you're trying to stay on his good side, you're trying to do right by him so he will let you continue to live at that house on Latcher Avenue, you wouldn't have drained that account. Unless you didn't expect him to come home.
That's not true.
Now I know you don't want to go back.
I did nothing to that man. I've done nothing to that man.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
We know you did.
No, you didn't. I didn't do nothing to that man.
We know you did.
Did nothing to that man.
We know that you did.
Did nothing to him.
The detectives out there know you did. The forensic specialists that have been processing know that you did.
What, because I use his card? Because I use his car?
More than that.
I've done nothing to him.
More than that, Stephen.
I've done nothing to him.
You're gonna go down for murder.
I didn't kill nobody. I didn't do nothing to him. I didn't.
If an accident happened
I've done nothing to him. I swear I've done nothing to him.
and you panicked, now's the time to tell me.
I've done nothing to him. Nothing.
Okay.
I've done nothing to him.
There's too many lies.
I was trying to cover for him.
Too many lies we can't walk back from.
Did nothing to him.
I can't get over the fact that Kelly sees that phone in the house. Why would she make that up?
I don't know.
Why would she make up something as silly as a TV?
The only TV that's been in that living room is that TV that's in my room right now.
How big is your TV?
I showed you, it's
I
like
know.
this.
Yeah. You know, a sergeant and another detective, as soon as they walked in, they're like, there used to be a TV here. In the living room. That was their first thought. They called me and said, there's a TV missing from the living room. I asked you, there's no TV in the living room. I'm like, oh, okay. Ask her, well, shit, yeah, there's a TV in their living room. She says, we sit out there and watch it all the time. Yeah, he's got one in his room too. There's George's TV in the living room. So, you mean to tell me that before you moved in, George didn't have a TV?
No.
He's just not a TV watcher?
We both moved into that house at the same time.
Uh-huh.
There was nothing in that house.
Do you know what a blue blazer is?
A blue blazer?
Yeah.
Like a car?
No, God, I wish it was. around here, Blue Blazers is a case that detectives get assigned. And it's because people on the 3rd floor, command staff, chief's office, they believe that whatever it is super important and it has to be jumped on now. We have to put all our resources towards it. Sometimes, depending on where you work in the department, that Blue Blazer is, I don't know, the mayor's daughter calls because her neighbors are playing the stereo too loud every night and something has to be done because, my God, it's the mayor's daughter. Up here in this office, our Blue Blazers are usually a little more important. But somebody at City Hall, somebody on the 3rd floor gets a burr in their ass about, I don't know, something to do with crimes of violence, and it becomes our problem and we have to deal with it. And they breathe down our necks until we get it done. This case will turn into a Blue Blazer because of who his brothers are. Ex-mayor, a football coach. Oh, did I mention he's got a sister that's like an FBI agent too? Yeah. So don't you think that probably by tomorrow morning, an ex-mayor, a football coach, FBI agent are going to be calling the chief's office, demanding action. And then once it hits the media that ex-mayor's brother, football coach's brother, has disappeared, it's going to become a priority. It's going to become a priority. It won't just be this agency, it'll be a whole bunch of agencies. They're going to be breathing down our necks so hard. Every resource that we have is going to be put towards finding what happened to George. Okay? What happened to George? No expense is going to be spared. It's literally going to drive my life crazy.
I don't know what happened to George.
I am not going to get to see my kids for several days, I can imagine. I'm not going to get to sleep. I'm going to feel stress. I'm going to feel anxiety. I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be angry. I'm going to be mad. I'm telling you all this because we are eventually going to find out what happened to George, whether we like it or not.
I feel like because I use his car, and his car, y'all are just...
Gonna jam you up for a murder?
I don't know. What
I've already told you, I'm not gonna arrest you unjustly. I'm not gonna arrest you without evidence. There's no way that could happen. There's no way that could happen. What I'm telling you is they're gonna make us pull out all the stops to find out what happened to George.
Okay.
Okay? If the evidence that we uncover in this case is like the evidence that we've uncovered thus far, because right now everything points to you, and you can understand why.
I'm his roommate. I'm his roommate.
Cards. All right. Phone at his house. Records. Electronic records say that. Your girlfriend says it's there. Now it's missing. Lies told about where he is. Use up all his money. He wants you to move out. And then the next day he disappears. This is your only opportunity because
I've done nothing to this dude. Nothing. I'm done with that shit. I ain't done shit to this motherfucker.
Is going to lead us to wherever he is.
I've done nothing to him. Nothing.
And at that point, we have all of this evidence. A lot of it's circumstantial. All right? But we will have more then. If the evidence that we find later on in this investigation is just like the evidence we found thus far, it's going to point back to you. At that point, we're just going to arrest you. I'm not going to ask you for an explanation. You're not going to have an opportunity to say it was an accident, he pushed me, he shoved me, I shoved him back and he hit his head.
I haven't done nothing to this man. I have done nothing to this man. Nothing. I swear. Nothing. I've done nothing to him.
Steven, I hope that's true.
It is. Nothing to this man.
But I just don't understand.
I was trying to cover for him. I didn't know where he was.
Monday, he wanted you out of the house.
What is that? If you go back through my phone, every week we go through this. About Kelly. Every week. Every week me and George are going through it. About Kelly.
Yeah.
Hey, you need to move out. I can't do this anymore. And then whenever I tell me and Kelly split up or we stop talking, it's okay.
Mm-hmm. So when George, Tuesday you see George, a little bit after midnight you knock on his door, 3 o'clock, and she's not there. That would be Wednesday morning. He's not there.
Yes.
You don't, when do you get worried about George?
I think Wednesday night.
Okay.
I've been sending him texts and calling him. And I don't know what to do.
Why didn't you call us before the police came to your house?
Raheem called me.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him the same thing I told everybody else, that George was, gone with Dawn, or because I just didn't know what else to say. And then Raheem comes over. I let him in, and he sees the liquor bottle, and he says, has George been drinking? And he sees the weed pipe, and says, George's been smoking. I said, yeah. And that's when he says, you know what, he just got out of rehab. And that's when he says, man, I'm gonna file a missing persons report. And I said, okay. He said, I'm gonna go see Dawn. And I said, all right, do you want me to go with you? And he said, no. Then that's when the police came to the house. And I told him everything. I showed him the text on my phone. I showed him, let him go to the house. Just didn't know what to do. I didn't know what.
All right, grain of salt again. George is still alive. What did you think he was going to say to you when he comes back and finds out that you spent $800 of his money?
He told me I could use the card.
No.
He told me I could use the card.
Hmm?
He told me, when he handed me the cards, he said, there's $800 on the card. You need to put gas in the car. And try to find some weed.
Okay.
I said, okay.
Gotcha. All right. Gas in the car. Try to find some weed. You leave with the card. You put gas in the car.
Mm-hmm.
You do all those other things
Mm-hmm.
with the card. But you don't find any weed. That's fine. You didn't try. But again, I know he told you to use the car. card. He said use it to put gas in the car and to find some weed. He didn't say go spend $200 on Kelly's cell phone. He didn't say spend $200 to buy clothes. He didn't say start making withdrawals from my account.
He didn't say I couldn't.
Stephen, right now my eyes are closed because I'm trying to lock that in memory because that is the most amazing thing I've ever heard.
What do
I'll
you
remember
mean?
it. He didn't say I couldn't.
And that's not the first time he's let me use the card either.
Right. Did you ever use his card and spend $800 in a day or two? Before? He didn't say I couldn't. Sounds like something my son would say. Shit, that's beautiful. So
I don't know what you're laughing for.
So he didn't say that you couldn't, but what did you think he was going to say when, because bear in mind, this is Tuesday. If what you're telling me is true, you don't even know he's left the house. You don't know he's missing. You don't know he's left the house yet. But you're already blowing through everything he's got in that account. On Tuesday, you don't know he's even missing yet.
He told me how much money was in there.
Right. I don't think that was an invitation to spend all of it. I think what he meant was buy some gas and get some weed, like he told you. I don't think he meant use my card for everything you want to use it for and take all my money out of my account, buying clothes and phones for Kelly and doing withdrawals. I mean, shit, bro. The two things he told you to do, you only did one of them. He's like, hey, put some gas in the car and buy some weed. And then you disappear by your own account for like 10 hours. Then you come back. I'm sure you put gas in the car. Looks like you did. But you didn't even get any weed. And you burned through his account like you didn't think that he was going to be there ever again, because you just burned through everything. You burned through everything, Steve. You did. You did. Because you knew that he wasn't going to be there.
He gave me permission to use
I don't know. Didn't say you couldn't. I can't impress upon you enough. This is your opportunity. I'm sorry.
I don't need no opportunities.
Okay.
I haven't done anything.
Understood.
Thank you.
Hey Steve, you want anything to eat?
I need to pee.
Maybe you'll pee? Here, let me get this done. Thanks all the time. I'll be able to put these in front of you. Because our policy is turn this out there. That's the other way. There we go. It's a little bit more comfortable. These things can't be comfortable, but it's the best we can do. Okay. Come with us. You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
That's the reason I had this one to the chair, in case you need to write anything. Let me ask you this on your roommate. Wait, you got that jacked up, didn't we? Is there anybody he's messed with lately that would want to harm him?
No, not that I know of.
Nobody?
No.
Why would he go and disappear the way he has?
I don't know, but I know that he is an alcoholic and an addict, and one of his friends told me he's done it before. I don't know what happened to George.
No, how long y'all been roommates?
Since October.
October 28 to 21 or 19?
21.
20, so just a few months. So did you know him before you moved in?
We moved in together at the same time.
How did you meet him?
Through the Oxford House.
What's the Oxford House?
It's like a sober living community.
Kind of like, almost like AA kind of thing? Kind of trying to work things out?
Yeah, kind of. A little bit. I guess he had just got out of rehab, and him and his ex-husband, or I guess his ex-husband suggested that he goes to the Oxford House.
Okay. Doesn't sound like Oxford House was working too well for him, right?
Yeah, he didn't like it too much.
Because I was at your house, and all the tobacco everywhere. It's pretty obvious you'll use a lot of blunts.
Yes, sir.
Where do you normally get your weed from? Just anywhere?
Yeah, anywhere.
Now this guy that's got the car, Muhammad. How long have you known him?
About 2 months.
And you say I'm sorry, I keep wanting to call him Jorge because it's normally how you pronounce it. Y'all call him George, right? Does he go by George?
George.
And now George up and leaves, and he tells you, he give you a prepaid card or something?
Yeah, he gave me his FSU credit union card. He said there was $800 on it to put gas in the car and to try to find some weed.
So when was that?
Tuesday.
This past Tuesday. So there was 2 cards with his name. What was the other one?
It's a Bank of America card.
Was it a credit card or?
I'm not really sure what kind. I think it's just a bank card though.
Bank card.
Yeah.
Did you have to use both of them?
No.
Just the FSU card?
Yes.
So that one got depleted, right?
The
FSU card?
Yes.
So there's no money left?
No.
Now how much do you pay him? Now he pays all the rent and then you pay him? When did he get mad at you and want you out of the house?
Me and him been doing this. Yeah, I told him to go through my phone. Every week we go through it because
so it's weekly, not like.
It's the.
He don't like women.
He don't like women. My girlfriend was over all the time.
Was that Kelly?
Yeah. She actually lived with us for a little while, and he didn't like it. So every time she would come over, he would get mad and say, "Oh, it's not working." And then when she would leave, everything would be all right. And this last time, because obviously I've been using, I told him that I was going to get back into the Oxford House, Firefly. That's it.
No, the last time you saw him was Tuesday, right?
Tuesday.
What did he tell you? Well, how did he leave if he left? He didn't have his car with him.
I don't know. I left first. He gave me the card and said, "Put gas in the car and try to find some weed." And I left. When I got back to the house, I thought he was already asleep, so I went to sleep. I woke up at like 3 o'clock. I knocked on his door. No answer. I opened it. He wasn't in there. So I sent him a text. I said, "George, where are you?" Something like that. He never said anything back. So I called. He didn't answer the phone.
Now, you know, with the phone, the technology is if you deleted it, we can actually pull it up.
Yes.
So they're actually pulling that stuff up now.
Yes.
Now, it also pulls up your GPS location, everywhere that phone's been,
Yes.
who that phone's talked to, whose Wi-Fi it's connected to, and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
So if you haven't harmed this guy, you don't have anything to worry about.
That's
now.
what I'm telling him. I was like, because my location is turned on my phone. Everything is on my phone.
Now, Is there any chance that when you got weed, that you may have got weed that was laced with something, and when you did, do you have any time that you were blacked out? You don't remember anything?
No.
That maybe, I mean, the reason I'm asking, maybe somebody came in the house, something happened.
No.
Do you know anything about George owing anybody money for drugs, or
no?
Nobody's ever called threatening and stopped by leaving notes or anything
No.
like that. So when I know
The only person that I even know that he talks to is a guy named Jeff.
Jeff. Does he live in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Does he ever come to the house, or he just talks?
He has been.
But you don't know where he lives or anything?
No.
Do you have a phone number for Jeff in your phone?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly's met him before. Once or twice, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never met him.
Yeah. But if you kind of stop in your steps right now, and you take a couple steps back and you look at this whole thing from our point of view, you got a guy that's kind of vanished. That I'm assuming he hasn't really vanished before, because this was to the point that it was like an ex-husband or something reported this. So then,
well, actually, what happened was yesterday, a guy named Raheem called me and came to the house. He told me he was going to do a missing person report, and that he was going to Don's house. And
was Don the ex-husband?
Yes. And I said, okay. And then that's when the police came over, and I filled out the statement.
Mm-hmm.
I let the police walk through the house. I let them go through my phone. I showed them all the texts. And that was it.
Because I've had something very similar that's happened before, except it was a husband and wife kind of thing. And the wife went missing, and the husband said that she left him and just left a car, left the property and everything. Well, about 2 months later, her body showed up. It turned out that he actually killed her, and he was using her credit cards and all kind of stuff like that. And that's the reason this is, well, yeah, but that's the only person we got right now saying that is you. So, and I'm sure investigator Roberts is extremely good homicide investigator. But the problem now is, if someone's harmed this guy, everything's gonna be focused on you right now.
I know, but I haven't done anything to this man.
Well, what you need to do is, I'm gonna go. I've got some breakfast bar things that may help you. Try to rack your brain about anybody that will harm him, or how maybe anywhere he went to, how we could find him if he's ran off and he's hiding, which I don't think he is. I think something really bad has happened to him. Because people don't leave their phones. Because I don't leave my house without a phone. That's just human nature now. Anywhere you go, you got a phone in your pocket or your hand or in your car or something. Nobody leaves without their little device. And whenever somebody leaves the device, either if they leave it for a short time, they forgot it. They come back and get it. But if it's left behind, either it's left behind because they can't come back and get it, or they don't want to come back and get it because they know you can be tracked. So that's usually, and the reason you can't is if you're dead or you're being held captive or something somewhere. Let me go get you a cereal bar. I don't know if I got any water left. You drink Coke. See? down with one hand. I'll be back in just a minute.
Hey man, Steven, right? On camera. I've been here sporadically throughout the night. I've had a bunch of other stuff going on. The house is catching on fire and a bunch of shenanigans. Where you from, man?
Panama City.
Panama City. Did you grow up there?
Yeah.
Okay. What school did you go to?
Mosley.
Mosley? How old are you?
36.
Okay. I got a cousin went to Mosley. You a little bit older than him. You know a guy named Aaron Williams? He played football. I can't remember if he played at Bay or if he played at Mosley. He may have played at Bay. It's one of my buddies I was in the Air Force with that lives over there. What'd you move over here for?
My dad lived here.
Yeah. When'd you move over here?
2002.
So you've been here a long time. You ever go back to Panama City?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, just kind of sporadically.
I mean, not to live, no.
Yeah, just go back, see friends, or you still got family over there?
I don't have any family.
No. So you just get back to visit, see some friends, go visit some of the old stomping grounds. You like Tallahassee or Panama City better?
Tallahassee.
You don't like being by the beach?
What's going on, man?
That's Detective Roberts is working on that stuff. Alright. I came in here because I'm kind of a different mindset of Detective Roberts. Okay. He's pretty convinced, as I'm sure you could tell through your interview with him, he's pretty convinced that you're the one that did this. Okay.
Did what?
Had something to do with George going missing. Alright. I don't think that you came up with that idea. Okay? Which is why I came to talk to you. But hear me out, alright? You gotta listen to me first. Alright. The problem is that I can understand where Detective Roberts is coming from. It's what has happened since George was last seen has been suspicious. Okay. What I think.
He gave me permission to use his car.
I know. Bill, hear me out, man. Alright? Hear me out. Alright? I don't think that you meant for any of this to happen. I don't think you wanted it to happen. I think you've gotten tied up into some shit that you weren't planning on.
I don't know
Hear me
anything.
out.
No, because I don't know anything. The last time I seen him was Tuesday.
Okay. And I'm not saying that Tuesday wasn't the last time you saw him. I believe you that Tuesday's the last time you saw him. Okay. I don't necessarily believe the circumstances under which Tuesday was the last time you saw him. But here's what I'm going to tell you, okay? Other than Kelly being in here, you see anybody coming and running to your defense? No. And that's not going to change. Because like I said, I don't think that you're the mastermind of this. I don't think you wanted any of this to happen, but it's happened, and we are where we are.
I don't know what happened.
And whenever we find whoever else was involved in this, you can bet your ass the first thing they're going to do is they're going to say it was Steven. It was Steven's idea. Steven planned the whole damn thing. Okay? That's why we're trying to tell you the stuff you're telling us ain't lining up, man. Okay? And that's why, like I said, man, I don't think you planned for any of this to happen. I think you got caught up in some shit that you didn't expect, that you didn't want to happen. You know.
Nothing happened.
Something happened. Okay? Something happened. George is missing. Okay?
I don't know where he's at.
Listen, nobody's heard from George. Okay?
I don't know where he's at.
No, none of his family's heard from him. Don hadn't heard from him. None of his friends have heard from him. None of his co-workers, none of his associates. Nobody's heard from him. Okay? And typically when that happens, you know, even when somebody goes missing or they run away, typically somebody hears from them at some point, or somebody sees them, something. Okay? But that hadn't happened here. Okay? Nobody's heard from George. Nobody's seen George. Nobody's talked to George. Okay? And that's what concerns us. Because even if somebody leaves town and goes somewhere else, somebody in their life hears from them. But that ain't the case. George's phone didn't go with him. George's car didn't go with him. George's money didn't go with him. All that stuff is here. So, as opposed to Detective Roberts, where I'm at, is I think somebody else was the puppet master. You got tied up in this. You were in a bad spot when it happened. And although now you see that, you know, you could have made some better decisions, you made some regrettable decisions along the way, okay? I think you know what happened to George.
I don't know what happened to
where
George.
George is.
I don't know what happened to George.
I think you know where George is then.
I don't.
Because here's the thing, okay? One way or another, because George is missing under very suspicious circumstances, okay? And when you walk out of this room today, if George is dead somewhere, and we find George's body, and we determine that, or a medical examiner reviews, you know, checks the body and determines that George has died of a homicide.
I wish I would stop saying he's dead.
I'm not saying that he is dead. I'm saying if all this happens, then guess what? We're back here.
I didn't do nothing to George.
I'm not saying you did.
I don't know anything about it, I swear to God.
I'm not saying you did anything to George Steven. And I think it's way...
I don't know.
Hey, listen, and I think that's why you're so emotional right now. Because I think it's weighing on you.
I swear to God, I don't know what happened to George. I don't know. I don't know.
Steven, that's the one thing you're not going to convince me of today. Okay? There's not a person in this building that you're going to convince that you don't know what happened to him. Okay? The only thing you may be able to convince me of is that this wasn't your idea and that you didn't plan it out. Detective Roberts doesn't believe that. He thinks this was your idea, this was your plan, this is what you wanted to happen. I don't think that's the case. I think you're upset because you didn't want this to happen. I think somewhere in your heart you liked George, you cared for him, y'all might have had differences, y'all may have argued, but y'all were still, at some point in time, friends. But the only way to get that weight off your chest and to give a reasonable explanation as to how this all happened is if you talk to me, okay?
I don't know anything.
Stephen, I'm telling
I
you.
don't know nothing. I don't know anything.
I'm telling you, man, the stories that you've told us aren't lining up. We've talked to other people. We've talked to Kelly. We've got evidence. We know that George's phone did not leave that house. And if it did, it didn't leave until after it was dead. We know that George didn't take his phone with him. When people go missing or they run away or they go somewhere, they take their phone with them. You're telling us that you're covering for him, but what does he need covering for? If he's going to stay missing, then his job doesn't care if you tell them that he went to Miami, because he didn't tell them he was going to Miami. He just told them he wasn't going to show up for work one day. After that, you can tell them all you want that he went to Miami, but they don't care. Nobody else is worried about, what his reasoning for being gone is. There's no need to cover for him. But you've told us that you told Kelly he went to Miami. But you didn't really know that, did you? You've told us at the beginning of this interview that, to the best of your knowledge, you had gone to Miami, but you truly didn't know that. Right? And
I didn't tell y'all at the beginning of this interview that he went to Miami. I told the police officer that came to the house last night exactly what happened.
What did you tell him?
That I haven't seen him since Tuesday. I gave him my phone and let him go through my phone. He wrote it all down on a statement. Made me write it down on a statement.
But when Detective Roberts, and maybe, like I said, I've been in and out of the building, okay? Maybe you didn't tell Detective Roberts that, but you told him that you told Kelly that, right?
I told Kelly 2 days ago. She asked me, she said, "What's up with George?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe he went to Miami with Dawn."
Okay, so then why on Tuesday, because if we're saying 2 days ago, we're saying today's still Saturday. So you told her Thursday.
Yes.
Okay.
When she came, they brought her in here, and I told her, I said, "I told you 2 days ago that George went to Miami," and she said yes.
Okay. So you told her 2 days ago that George had gone to Miami. Why is it that Tuesday, because you and George's differences over the past couple weeks has been about Kelly being at the house, right? But all of a sudden Tuesday, you're no longer concerned about that. To the point where whenever Kelly asked you, whenever you told her to come to the house, you wanted her to come stay with you, and she said, "Well, what about George?" You said, "What about George?"
What about George?
Right. You don't want to piss George off. You don't want to give him one more reason to try and kick you out and change the locks on the doors and do all that stuff. So
just like I told him, if you go through my phone every week, it's the same thing.
Right. But it doesn't matter. Because for the past, couple weeks, Kelly hadn't been staying at the house, right?
She stayed,
But all of a sudden, hear me out, all of a sudden, when nobody hears from George anymore, you're using George's bank cards and stuff, you're no longer...
Just one card.
Okay.
That he gave me permission to use with the PIN number.
And now you're no longer concerned about George being at the house when Kelly comes over there to stay with you. You're not worried about that anymore, and that's for a reason. You're telling us right now you didn't know if he went to Miami or not. Hell, for all you knew, he could have been around the corner, been out for a walk. And if you'd have brought Kelly over there and George would have showed up from that walk, he'd have been just as pissed off as all the other times. But you weren't concerned about that night, and that's because you knew he wasn't coming back.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, it's
Steve.
not. Every time Kelly comes over there, he tells me not to bring her over there. Every time.
Okay, and in the past several weeks leading up to this, you had not.
Yes, the last time she stayed there was the first or the second.
Okay, and How long had it been before then that she stayed there?
Not long, days.
Okay. So Kelly was obviously concerned about George coming back and y'all getting into an argument. Kelly wouldn't have come over there if she thought that George was going to come back, because Kelly told us in our interview with her that you told her on Tuesday that George had gone to Miami.
No.
I'm just telling you what she told us, okay?
When she came
But here's the
here.
thing, alright? Here's the thing. Regardless of all that, okay? You weren't concerned about George coming back that night. You're not going to convince me that you were worried about George coming back. You're not going to convince me that you didn't care if he came back. None of that. Because when she asked you, what about George? And you said, what about George? That's because you were not concerned about George coming back that night.
No, I was just not concerned about his attitude about Kelly.
Listen, man, I'm telling you, I believe you when you say that you had nothing to do with why George
I had
was
nothing
missing.
to do with George.
Okay, but somebody did. And
I don't know who.
Okay, you do.
No,
and
I
that
don't.
That person, when we figure out who it is not going to vouch for you. And you're going to go to prison. The only way to avoid that is for you to tell us what happened.
I don't know what happened,
Yes,
and I don't know
Steven,
nothing. I don't know anything.
Stop. Okay. You can sit here and you can try and
I'm done with that shit, man.
You can try and convince yourself of that all day long.
I'm done with that shit. I'm tired of arguing with y'all motherfuckers, man.
I'm not
This shit is
arguing with
fucking
you.
stupid, man. Y'all are trying to railroad me because I fucking use his car?
No, we're not trying to railroad
This
you
shit's
because you
stupid.
used his car. I am trying to find out what happened to George. I believe that you know what happened to George based on the evidence that we have, that what you're telling us is not what actually occurred.
I told you everything I know.
I don't think you have. And I'm telling you, man, I don't want to see you go to prison for something you didn't do. But if we walk away from this saying we don't know what happened to George, there's not a person in this country you're going to convince that that's the truth. Because here's the thing, at this point, the only person that can say that George gave you permission to use his car and that George gave you permission to use his cards and all that stuff is you. George isn't here to tell us that. George isn't here to corroborate what you're telling us. You're the only one that can tell us that. You're not going to convince a person in this country that George gave you permission to go use every dollar he had on that bank card. You're not going to convince a person in this country that George gave you permission to take his car and lend it out to a drug dealer.
He didn't.
Right. But you did. And these are the things that cause us concern. That is the thing that leads me to believe that you know what happened to George. Not that you had any part in it, but you know what happened. And like I said, when we walk away from this, then that's it. We walk away from it.
I don't know what happened to George, and I don't know anything about what happened to George.
Okay. So, when inevitably, because I'm going to tell you right now, if George is alive, I'm shocked. If I see George alive, I will be a surprised man. Everybody in this office will be surprised. Because this is not typical of someone who is alive. We don't have people go missing that don't communicate with any people in their life, and we find them alive. We find them eventually. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, it may not be next week, but we find them eventually.
Stop saying he's dead.
I'm just telling you the reality of it, man. Based on my experience, we don't get to this point at where we're at and find that person alive. So, it is my belief, I don't have hard evidence to prove it, but it is my belief that George is dead somewhere. And like I said, when inevitably we find it, unless a medical examiner tells us something aside from homicide, that it was natural causes, anything other than what we believe it to be currently, everything's coming back to you, man. And I don't want that to happen to you. I don't think you're a bad guy. I think you've made some bad choices in your life. You got hooked on drugs. You didn't want it to happen. When you started it, you were probably one of the same people that said, I'll do it once. I can stop whenever I want. And it didn't happen. And it landed you in some trouble. But it sounds like you've been trying to clean that up. You and Kelly tried to go to the Oxford house. Y'all tried to go to the halfway house and get clean. But that's a tough dragon to kick. I don't think you ever intended for anything like this to happen. Because like I said, I don't think you're a bad guy. But until we get the explanation of what happened, guess what? We're going to find a dead body. We're going to have a medical examiner tell us that it was death by homicide. And since you haven't told us anything about what happened, it's going to come back to you. And when it hits the newspaper, and believe me, it will. If it doesn't hit a fucking Dateline NBC, if this don't end up on 48 Hours, if it don't end up on Cold Case Files, if it don't end up on every news network across the country, I'll be a surprised man. And guess what? Your picture will be posted on that newspaper. It will be posted on that video. It will be posted everywhere. And they're going to say, Steven was a cold-blooded killer. And he lied to the police. And he went and he stole this man's money. He stole his car.
No, I did not.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't, okay? I know you didn't. But like I just told you, the only person here that can tell us that is you. Because George ain't here to tell us. George ain't here to confirm what you're telling us is true. So when it hits the public eye, and it hits the jury of the public, they're not going to believe it. Ultimately, my job is to get justice for victims, okay? And at this point, it is my belief that George is a victim. It's also my job to try and bring, it's not really my job, but I do my best to try and bring a family some kind of consolation, something to console them. Do you have any brothers or sisters? If one of your brothers or sisters was missing or dead, wouldn't you want to know where they're at? It doesn't bring them back, but you still want to know where they're at. You want to be able to take them.
He's not gone. You can't be gone.
You would want the police to bring them back to your family so you can give them the respects that they deserve. And I want to do the same thing for George's family. But I can't do that if I don't know where he's at.
I don't know where he's at.
If you don't know where he's at, I think you know who does.
I don't.
I'm telling you right now.
I don't.
Those people aren't going to back you up. Those people aren't going to fall on the sword for you. Those people aren't going to confess for you.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything.
Stephen, you know something.
I don't know nothing.
Because you knew that George wasn't coming back. That's why you weren't concerned about any of this stuff. You weren't concerned about George coming back and finding out that you had spent all his money. You weren't concerned about George coming back and finding out that you had lent his car to a drug dealer for $100. You weren't worried about George coming back and finding out that you had Kelly at the house. You weren't worried about that stuff because you knew George wasn't coming back. I want to get George's body back to his family. I want to get George's family the peace of knowing where he is at.
I don't know where he's at.
Then you know who does.
No, I don't. It's my last time saying it.
I think you're trying to convince yourself of that.
It's my last time saying it.
You can tell me that all day. I don't think you want it to be true, but it is.
It's not.
It is. Steven, we got the case to his phone.
Do what?
We got the case to his phone.
The case to his phone?
Yes, and his phone's not there.
What do you mean you have the case to his phone?
See how there's a case on the phone?
I understand.
Okay, I don't know how I can explain it better. The case that went to his phone, we found. His phone's not there. Are we going to find your DNA on that case?
No.
There's no way possible that we will find your DNA on his case, on his phone case?
No.
Okay. And I believe you. I'm not trying to put this on you, Stephen. I want you to tell me who did this.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Because right now, you're the last person to have any kind of contact with him, see him, talk to him, hear from him, anything. He told you to go buy him weed and get gas. So you would presume that somebody who wanted somebody else to go buy them weed and get them gas would be there waiting for that weed and gas when you got back, but he wasn't. You'd presume that if somebody was going to Miami to visit their family, they would tell them. You'd presume that if he was going anywhere, would take his phone with him. He would take some way to pay for things. He would take some way to travel. But he didn't do any of those things. It's on your mind, man.
I ain't did nothing.
And I don't think you did. I don't think you did anything. But I think whoever did put you in a bad spot.
I didn't do nothing. I don't know nothing.
I agree with half of that. I think the thing that's eating you up is you knew that what happened to Steven he didn't deserve. Steven wasn't bothering nobody.
My name's Steven.
I'm sorry, George. George wasn't bothering nobody.
I don't know that anything happened to George.
You're not going to be able to convince me of that.
I don't care.
Well, you probably should. You should probably get to caring real fucking fast. Because what's about to happen is you're about to go to prison for the rest of your fucking life.
I didn't do shit! I didn't do nothing!
Right. Then you need to tell me who did.
I don't know!
Okay. Well,
I'm done with this shit!
Well, that's highly unfortunate for you.
I'm done with this shit.
Because for someone who doesn't know what happened, you sure act like you do.
I didn't do shit.
Because when we find George's body, and we will, then you know what happens after that. And I promise you can't find a defense attorney good enough in this country that can convince a jury that you had nothing to do with this, you had no knowledge of it, nothing. That you were an unknowledgeable bystander in all this. Steven, did you ever call the police and tell them that you were concerned about George being missing?
No.
Did you find it odd that George had been gone for several days?
Yes.
Did you find it odd that George left without any money, any transportation, any way to communicate with anybody? Did you think that was strange? Were you concerned at that point that something may have happened to George? Then what did you think? Where did you think George was?
I don't know where George is.
I know you're saying you don't know where he is. I'm asking you, where did you think he had gone?
I'm done talking.
When you thought all that was weird and you didn't call the police, why didn't you call the police? Where do you think George is?
Hey Steve, did you eat your bar? Hey, can I get you to do me a favor? We got if I can get a DNA sample from you, that way if anything comes up, we can show that you weren't there. Are you good with that? Well, you know how we do it, it's just Q-tips in your mouth. You need anything else to drink?
I'm freezing to death.
I can check on. Let me get your mouth real quick. Okay, appreciate it. Let me see if I can. Sometimes they got some jackets that were left, if I can find something.
Hey, Steven. This is going to be your citation for the driving when you suspend the license. Need you to sign right here. It's not an admission of guilt. You're going to have a court date. It's going to be February 17th, 2022. It's going to be at Leon County Courthouse, 301 South Monroe Street, Courtroom 2E at 1:30 p.m. All that's going to be on here. You're going to get a copy of the citation as well. All that information is right here, including the courtroom and all that stuff. If I can get you to sign right here, it's not an admission of guilt. You're just signing saying that you understand that you have to show up on that date in court. If you don't show up in court on that day, then a warrant will be issued for your arrest for failure to appear. Get your right thumbprint. Press it down on the ink pad. Press it down in that box right there. Thanks, sir. That will be your copy.
Why is it so cold?
I don't know. We don't have any control over the damn AC. I promise you, if we could turn up the heat, we would, but we get stuck in the same environment too. Steven? Alright, you ready to get out of here? Okay. Let me take those handcuffs off you, and we're going to walk you down the lobby, and you are free to go. You've got that citation right there. It's got the court date. Don't miss your court date. Or
You give me a ride home?
No, sir. You're going to walk out the front door,
Oh,
and I'm going to give you a key to your house, if that's where you choose to go. Just leave these on you, then go nowhere. Oop, carefully. You late, fall asleep? Take your time. You want to take a Coke with you? Okay. Come on this way.
I needed to get the car back.
Which hand?
Which what?
Which hand you want? Not like I just pick.
Yeah.
Scoot over yourself. Sit down. Actually.
So you really didn't have nothing to do with this, huh?
No.
Okay.
And I just did what you told me to do. Last night you told me to get the car. And the tablets in there and everything.
Can't fault you on that. There's still so much weird stuff, and you can understand you using the card and all that. I get it. He told you that you could use it and whatnot.
No, you told me to go get the car.
No. I'm talking about the card. And everything. So you can see how that the hurdle we got to kind of get through. But yeah, Alright, so I'm gonna try to get your phone back to you today. And we'll sort through all the rest of the mess as it comes up. Or just because there is so much the weird stuff with just him trying to kick you out, using of the card and everything, which obviously that's gonna put yourself in my position. It looks suspicious. Anybody looking at this later on is gonna say, well, Steven used his card. That's terrible. Can we clear all that up with like a lie detector test or something like that? You're cool with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
It's all right. So we'll make that happen. You understand? I've got to advise you of your rights again before we do lie detector tests. Or we talk about the car or anything like that. Okay. You want to talk about that, and you're still willing, and you want to do the lie detector test?
Yeah, I guess.
I think we can get it done pretty quick. It won't keep you up here all day. So.
I have not been asleep in 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
When I left here this morning, I went straight looking for the car.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, they're getting a guy to come up here. It's a voice test. It's not where they hook you up to a machine necessarily. It's just a microphone. That's all it is. So they're getting a guy to come up here. I told him, I said he's gonna say yeah. I said, dude, last night was like, yeah, take my DNA, take my phone. I mean, he seems like he's doing everything he can, you know. I'm perplexed. Let's see. Ugh. I'm not even gonna ask you about driving to detail or anything like that. Same as last time. I don't care about that. Okay. I know we just stopped talking a few hours ago. And I know you remember this. I'm gonna read it to you again, just so that we can ask. The person's gonna have to ask you questions during the lie detector, the voice stress test. You have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say can be used against you. Huh?
I mean, can I get some sleep?
Yeah. They're not coming in here right now. It's going to be a while. So, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have them present with you while you're being questioned. If you can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish, and you can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand your rights again?
Yes, sir.
Since the last time we talked, have you asked any of these officers to speak to an attorney?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you do wish to talk to us now, and you do wish to proceed with, in a couple hours, a voice stress test. Okay. All right, we'll do that. Can you tell me where you found the car at? That might help us.
The Social on Old Bainbridge.
The what?
The Social.
Apartment complex?
Mm-hmm.
Is that like that big one up there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who had it?
Mom and Dad. They got a gate that you have to have a code to get to, so I had to wait for him outside the gate, and he pulled the car out the gate.
Right at the gate.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably on camera then.
Absolutely.
Right? You called him, or how did you know? How did you get a hold of him? Because he's inside the gate, you're outside the gate.
Right. First, I tried to see if he was on the south side. He wasn't there. I went to off Pensacola Street. He wasn't there. So that's when I went to the Social.
Mm-hmm. What were you doing? Just going around asking people for Muhammad? Who all did you ask?
I know the dude on Pensacola Street. I don't know how he knows him. That's where he told me to look.
Is that the guy at Palms West?
No. This is off Dixie Drive.
Mm-hmm. What was that guy's name?
I don't know his name.
Blackmail?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to anybody else at the Blackmail's house?
Mm-mm.
Have you been to this guy's house before?
Once.
Okay. And did he get Muhammad on the phone or something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from there, you go to the social.
Mm-hmm.
Once you got to social, how did you get in contact with Muhammad?
He just I tried to go into the gate,
Mm-hmm.
and I pressed the button, but it wouldn't let me in. So I pulled out and backed around, and then that's when I had seen him coming out the gate.
Right. How did you get from wherever you were? I'm assuming, were you at home this morning?
I walked from here and went home.
Okay. And then how did you get from home to this place on Dixie Drive, and then ultimately to the social?
The blue car.
Okay. And as far as you know, everything that was in the BMW is still in the BMW.
I think so.
Somebody told me there was a laptop in the BMW?
Yes.
Okay. Where did that laptop come from?
That's George's. It stays in there.
Okay. Does it ever come inside the house?
No, it's his work.
Work.
Computer.
Okay. Makes sense. When we were talking this morning, we'll just call it last night, it'll be easier. But when we were talking last night, we asked you about a tablet. You said there was a tablet in the trunk. Was that still in there?
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay. Was there anything in the vehicle that didn't look like it belonged there?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm assuming after everything that's happened and the mess that you found yourself getting thrown into, did you discuss everything that's going on with Muhammad?
No.
Or did you say, like, I need the car back because of the police?
Yeah, I just told him I needed the car back.
Okay. No, that was smart. So, so that was when you left the social. What route did you take?
Tharp to North Monroe, and then I turned on North Monroe, and then that's when the police got behind me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. They got behind you where?
Made it by the shell, right there, right here.
Okay.
I think it's right at 3rd Avenue,
Mm-hmm.
where they said pull me over.
Alright. Did you go to Kelly's this morning?
No.
Have you seen Kelly or talked to Kelly since?
No.
Have you talked to anybody that Kelly knows since?
No. I haven't talked to anybody. I don't have no phone.
Yeah, I gotta get that back to you. Don't want to forget. Okay. Alright. You want to sleep if you want to. We don't have beds up here. If you want to lay on the floor, you can. If you want to prop up 2 chairs, feet up on the table, whatever you want to do.
Can y'all take me home and then come get me or something?
Well, I mean, right now, you're detained again because of the TWSR. I know. Let me ask you this, because I asked you to help us find out where the car was. I didn't say go get it.
Before.
Yeah.
Last night you said make sure you get that car tomorrow. That's what you said. You said make sure you get that car tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think I said that. That's not something.
Somebody said make sure you get that car tomorrow.
I mean, a detective is not going to ask somebody else to go find a car that might be a crime scene and have biological, serological evidence.
It's not a crime scene.
We don't know that.
I'm sure y'all are searching it.
And have you go get the car, and regardless, you didn't bring the car to us.
I was going home.
You drove past us to get to.
I thought that's where I was supposed to take it home.
Okay. You were what? Were you going to contact us when you got home somehow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you use his Wells Fargo card at all?
No.
So just FSU Credit Union. Did you use the Bank of America?
No.
Okay.
I only had 2 cards.
Right. Okay. Is there anything that we didn't discuss last night, or anything that you thought about, or anything that you want to come clean on because you were worried about drug activity, or I took this or I took that?
No.
Okay. And everything that you told us is, in the end, was 100% complete true.
So.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, let me see if I can get the ball rolling on this. We can try it.
I'm going to jail though?
You're going to line up with another stupid citation at the very least. So. I'm not a traffic guy. Actually, I don't know anything about your DWSR now, because it's been so many years since I've written a ticket. I don't know anything about your prior DWSR charges. And again, I'm not asking to incriminate. Have you gotten a ticket for DWSR before?
Just the one last night.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, I talked him into not taking you to jail because you've been through enough. We're gonna drive you home, okay? We're gonna.
Can somebody please give me a ride?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a ride. Give you a ride. If you're okay with it, I'd like to collect like his shaving razor or something like that might have his DNA on it. Are you fine with that? Okay. There was a shaving kit that was under the sink, from what I'm being told, of his house. Is that his shaving kit or yours?
Mine.
The one with the actual shaving brush in it?
No, that's his.
That's his. Okay. Yeah. All right. So if you're cool with that, we'll collect that, and I'll touch base with you. Your phone is down in property and evidence, and those people don't work on Sundays. So we got one that's gonna come in this evening. You want me to bring your phone by to you tonight? Okay. I'll do that. As soon as they get here and can get it, they had like a church function or something. So we'll do that, and I'll carry you back over there. But I guess the offense qualifies for jail, but you've been through enough. So give me a minute to get that squared away, and we'll give you a ride. Okay? So. Help yourself up, bro. They're working on the citation, and I'm working on a ride. How many times you threw up?
Just one.
Just from lack of sleep and nervousness and not eating?
Not eating.
Yeah. You gonna eat when you get home? Okay. You wanna go to sleep?
Absolutely.
Okay, listen to me. I'm serious, because I get worried. Like, I know you had addiction issues and stuff. Don't let anxiety or anything like that, because you know this, like you're talking about, like the only heartburn that we've had at this point, because you've been super cooperative and everything, is just the charges on the card. I'm not gonna belabor that or anything like that. That's just like the only sticking point. But like I said, I mean, if you'd done this, I mean, you would have been like, take my DNA, give me a voice stress test, look through my phone, all the stuff that we've done. So don't let the anxiety or stress over this push you into using or something tonight. Just get lots and lots of sleep, okay? I'll come and knock on the door loud, see if I can wake you up whenever we get the phone and drop that off to you, because I know that you gotta have a way to talk to your people, so family and whatnot. So, all right? Okay. Oh, let me ask you, did you take the BMW home this morning?
Yes.
Okay, what time was that? Do you know what time you picked it up, I guess?
Um, 11.
11 or so?
11 or so.
Then you went home, and then, so when the police got behind you and stopped you, you weren't coming straight back from the social apartment complex? Where'd you been?
I went back up to the social. Muhammad had left a hat in the car.
Okay.
I went to the social, went in, and he wasn't there. There was a guy outside with a phone. I called him from the phone, and he said that he was busy. He didn't want to see me or whatever. So that's when I left. I pulled off, started onto Monroe, got by 3rd Street, and I seen him hit the lights.
Okay. All right, man. Sit tight. They're coming to get the citation. I'm still working on the ride, and we'll get you.
It's alright. Alright. You remember these? Remember this from yesterday? Well, whenever it was. Technically, you was driving the car again with no license, right? Alright. You right-handed or left-handed? Oh, okay. Then you're good. They gonna handcuff you. Okay. Alright, we'll just get your thumbprint. We'll get your signature first. Pay it for you. Your keys. What keys do you have?
To the car?
No, not to the car. House keys. You got any house keys?
I think it was in the car.
In the car? Not on that key ring, but in the car.
There's one on the key ring too, the Florida State necklace.
Was there a key on there too? Get you to you. Sign right here. You're not admitting to guilt. You're just saying you received it. Alright, basically, I don't know if you remember from what they said last time, but you were issued a ticket for driving while license suspended or revoked with knowledge. Alright. You have a court date. I don't know which date he gave you, and we thought we got it close enough to the 17th of next month. So it's the 17th of next month on Thursday at 1:30 p.m. at the Leon County Courthouse, 301 South Monroe Street. Okay? If you don't do nothing, they'll show up that day. Alright, then they'll put a warrant out for you if you don't, so just show up to it. Alright? The next one is your thumbprint. Right thumb. Okay. I'll hold it. Right thumb. Press down as far as you can. Right there. That's good enough for me. Here's your copy. It basically says the same thing. Got any questions for me for that? Alright.
Can you ask them if they have like a piece of bread or a pack of crackers or something?
Piece of bread or some crackers or something?
Yeah.
Alright.
Ready to go? You want me to grab a bag? You can carry with you? You feel sick? Plastic bag? Have a seat for me. I'll be here momentarily.
So I'm gonna put my arms on the sleeve.
Yeah, when we get a little bit here in a minute, we can get you situated. Good. We're out.
You don't want no chips or anything? I don't know. If you do get hungry and you can go to the bathroom or anything, just holler out at me, alright?
I just don't understand, man. What y'all are making it so bad. I can't even sleep in my own house, man. What the fuck?
Nobody said you couldn't sleep in your house?
Y'all tore my house to pieces, man. And there's police riding by my house every day. I mean,
I can tell you that.
yeah, I'm telling you that it's happened every day.
I understand. I can tell you that we have not been telling anybody to drive by. Okay, nobody's been driving by your house intentionally or anything. We did go serve the search warrant on your house, but other than that, nobody's been hanging out around your house or anything like that. We were trying to find you to come bring your phone back the other day and you weren't there.
I've been working. A dude's been letting me do framing work for cash, man. I mean, I'm just.
I got you. I ain't saying that you were out, gone for any other reason, but I'm just saying, we tried to bring your phone back. You weren't there. I promise you.
So I'm walking down the street right now with a blanket and a pillow, and 100 police come out of nowhere. I mean,
I think one of the neighbors called because they saw you up under that stairwell. They thought you were breaking it, because I mean, you're wearing a ski mask, man.
It wasn't over my face.
I know, but you got it on your head.
It's cold. It's 20 degrees outside,
Listen,
probably.
I'm not saying you were wrong for doing it, but you got to understand, you know, you got somebody that's under a stairwell back behind a closed business with a ski mask on. That looks a little suspicious to some people. I ain't saying you're wrong for doing it, but
Am I gonna be able to make it to work in the morning?
I will do my best to try and make that happen. I don't know. I can't give you guarantees. Just hang out here. I'll be right back, alright?
Hey, Steven. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
What's up, Steven?
Wake up. This is Detective Bridges. I'm Detective Bennett.
You alright, buddy?
He was sleeping pretty good. You briefly saw me the other day on Sunday. I work with Detective Roberts. I know you've talked to him a few times. He's out, so we just want to talk to you a little more about George, because you know, he still hasn't been found. If you want to take a minute and wake up a little bit, okay, I need you to sit up, and I want to make sure you're alert for me. Okay. They read you your rights outside. You're still aware of your rights and your right to have an attorney and all that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So since you left on Sunday, what has happened since then?
Nothing.
Nothing. Like where have you been? Because you haven't been staying at your house?
I stayed there until that morning. I left. A friend of mine has been letting me help him do some framing work for cash. I have been back to the house, but the police have been back and forth, you know, in front of the house and stopping in front of the house, and I don't know. It's.
How do you know that's been happening?
'Cause I've seen it.
Okay, so have you been staying nearby or walking or?
I haven't been staying there.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been walking. I mean, that's the only way I have to get around.
Okay. Alright. So, you haven't heard anything more about George or where he could be or anything like that? Okay.
Let's talk to George. Where do you think he could be at?
I have no idea. I talked to him the Tuesday. I'm not sure exactly what the date was, but I told the investigator, and I guess he looked at my phone and seen.
Which Tuesday you were talking about? Yeah. It was this past Tuesday, right before we all started talking to you, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we know which date that was.
So, does he have anybody else that he would have went with, or he would have been staying at, or?
I don't know. Like I told the other detective, he has alcohol and a drug problem. That's actually how we met. So.
What kind of alcohol does he usually drink? Do you know? You live with him, so.
Right, I don't know what the name of it is, but they're like little bottles.
Like little mini bottles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know what the bottle looks like? Like, is it vodka, like clear liquid, or
it's a brown.
Like a brown one, like a whiskey or something?
Yeah, I guess it's a brown bottle.
Okay. All right. How long have you known George?
Since October.
October. And where did y'all meet again?
The Oxford House.
The Oxford House. Okay, that's where y'all both staying there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if I ask you some repeated questions, only because I didn't talk to you before, so I know some of the things you told Detective Roberts. I've spoken to him a little bit, but I just might, because I didn't ask you, so it's not in my memory, so I might have to re-ask you.
I'm new to this investigation, man. I'm just trying to figure things out. we really gotta find George. Cause is it unusual at this point?
Yeah, it's unusual.
What do you think could have happened to him?
I don't know.
Has he reached out to you?
No.
Has he
Y'all
tried?
have my phone.
Yeah, we were trying to give it back to you the other day, and you weren't at the house.
Like I said, I've been working.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Where are you doing framework at?
Right outside Woodville, going down Cropperville Highway.
Okay. Is it like a house? You're helping with the house building and stuff? Okay. Alright, try to get some money. Is that, have you been staying with that friend too, or?
No, I just.
Where you been laying your head?
Just wherever.
Like out on the streets? Okay.
Where you been staying at on the street?
Just
what side of town? Do you know what side of town?
Where you stay last night?
Behind.
We're not looking to get you in trouble. Where you sleeping?
The Hustler store.
Okay, so behind the Hustler store back there, that camp back there? Okay. How are you getting to work to go do the framing? Is someone picking you up?
Just walking.
Walking all the way
I meet him. No, I meet him.
Okay, you meet him and he'll pick you up and take you out to Woodville.
I mean, I don't have no car, so I have to walk. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Why haven't you been staying at the house?
Like I said, the police have been riding by, and plus it's tore to pieces. The whole house is tore to pieces.
What you mean?
So I guess y'all searched the house or whatever. It's tore up.
Like broken? Or like it's just messy?
Yeah, just everything is everywhere. Like all the closets are emptied out, and all the stuff is all over the floor, and it's.
So is it better to stay on the street or to sleep in the house?
I just.
You don't want to.
Just make it so uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Like.
That's what I'm asking. So is it more comfortable for you to stay out?
Yeah.
And sleep out at the Hustler than to sleep in your house?
Yeah.
What's uncomfortable about it?
Like I said, the house is tore to pieces. There's stuff everywhere.
So who's gonna fix it?
I'm gonna have to at some point, but y'all, it won't leave me alone.
If this was you missing, you'd want us to do all these measures too.
And I understand that. I really do. I do.
You gotta understand, you're the last person to see George. Okay? So you're the last one to see him, so that's why we keep coming to you. Okay? If you were missing, you'd want us to put all this effort into
Yes, ma'am.
to the other person as well, okay? So, you know, I know it's frustrating, but we're here. This is where we're at. You know, it's been a long time that George has been missing.
Last time you talked to George, what was that conversation like?
He asked me to give him some weed. So I tried to give him some weed, but I couldn't. The dude said he didn't have none.
Who'd you try to get it from? Who'd you try to get it from? Is it the one that you gave the car to?
I don't know. I'm
No?
not gonna answer that. I tried to get him some weed. I couldn't get him no weed. He said okay. I asked him if he could use the car. He said yeah, fine. Put gas in the car. I left. When I came back, I said I hadn't seen him.
Okay. Did you put gas in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you put gas in the car at again? And I'm asking because I didn't talk to you that day. I know you went through a lot of this with investigator or Detective Roberts.
I don't remember. I would guess on Magnolia.
Okay.
The one
gate
closest to the house. Yeah.
Is that where you would normally go? Okay.
So you went and put gas in the car. When do you come back to the house?
I don't remember exact time, man.
Y'all was it still daylight? Was it nighttime?
It was nighttime.
Nighttime. So late that night.
The detective that I talked to, he knows all this.
I understand, but we have to go through it again.
Okay. Well,
so he's out sick, so it's hard for us to get up and move him. You know. That's why he's not here. That's why we're here.
Yeah. So, you get back to the house and he's not there anymore. Okay. But he gave you permission to take the car and told you to get gas. Did you tell him that you couldn't get weed? That the guy was out? Okay. And you said you asked him if you could borrow the car? Okay. What was the whole thing about him going to Miami? Refresh my memory on that. Detective Roberts mentioned something briefly that you were telling people that George had went to Miami. What was this around that?
I didn't know if he was out relapse, drinking and whatever. And I just people were like, "Where's George?" So I was just like, "I don't know. Maybe he went to Miami." I just didn't know what to say. I was really just trying to cover for him.
Okay. Who was all asking you? Were people coming by the house, or were they calling you?
Raheem.
Raheem. Okay, did he call or come by the house?
He called, and then he came by the house.
Do you remember which day he came by?
The day I did the police report.
The day that the police report came in?
Yes.
So like Friday?
No. The day that I filled out the statement for the police.
Okay.
What statement did you fill out?
When they were doing the missing person?
Mm-hmm.
The day that Raheem came and reported?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright. Okay.
Did you report him missing?
No.
No.
The police came to the house and asked me if I would fill out a statement.
Okay. So that same day is when Raheem came over?
Yes.
Was that the same day that Raheem called?
Yes.
Okay, so he didn't try to get a hold of you or George, or ask you about George before that day?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to get at, okay. Alright, did anybody else try to reach out before Raheem to try to find George? What did Raheem say when he came over?
He just asked me what was up with George. I said, I don't know. He asked me if he could come in. I let him come in. He said, can I look around? He looked around. That was it. When he was leaving, he was like, man, I think I need to do a police report, or report him missing. And I said, okay. I said, do you want me to come with you? And he said, no. I'm going to go to his ex-husband's house and talk to him. And then maybe 30, 45 minutes later is when the police came to the house and asked me if I would do the statement and asked me if they could look around the house. And I said, okay.
Okay. Alright. Tell me more about what was missing from the house when George was gone. When you came back and he was gone, what was missing?
What do you mean what was missing?
I think he told Detective Roberts that some stuff, like he took some stuff with him or something, and you told Kelly, I think.
No. I didn't tell him that.
You didn't tell Kelly or something that he took the comforter with him or something?
No.
Okay. What about George's phone still being in the house?
I had never seen the phone. I called him 1,000 times, sent him a bunch of messages. That's it.
Why would Kelly say that she saw the phone in the house on Wednesday when she was over there with you?
I don't know.
And that it was ringing in the house?
When did things get weird?
Things got weird probably after like 3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days after you had heard from him? Had he ever gone missing like that before?
Raheem said that he had done that before, that he had went to.
I mean, I'm sorry, since you know.
No.
So he's always home.
Like we had just, like I said, we just met in October.
When did you move in with him?
In October.
In October?
Yeah. He pretty much stayed to himself and I stayed to myself. I spent a lot of time with Kelly.
At your house? Like Kelly would come over and just kind of do your own thing? How long have you and Kelly been dating?
2 months.
Did she know George before you started dating her?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
If he was to go missing, who would he have gone with?
I don't know.
He hang out with anybody?
The only people that I really know that he knew was his ex-husband, Dawn, and some dude named Jeff. That's it.
You ever seen Jeff?
No, but Kelly has.
Kelly has seen Jeff?
Mm-hmm.
Where did she see him at?
At the house. I guess George met him on a dating site or whatever.
When was that?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Kelly.
Is it like in the past week or so, or
No,
is it
no,
a while ago?
This is been going on.
Oh, okay, so it's been going on
Yeah.
for a while. It's not like it's a new thing
No.
that just happened.
Have you ever seen Jeff before?
No.
Has he ever brought Jeff around you?
No, I've never seen Jeff at all.
At all?
Talk to you about anybody, Jeff?
Yeah, I guess he told me that Jeff does some kind of work with veterans or something. He's married and he has 2 kids.
Jeff has 2 kids and he's married.
Mm-hmm.
And he worked with veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say what he did with veterans at all?
No.
Did he say where he lives, or did he ever go on dates with her at all?
I know he went on a couple dates with him, and I know Jeff's been to their house a couple times that I know of. And like I said, Kelly's seen him at the house before while she was there. But
you never seen it. Did he ever tell you when Jeff was coming over, or?
Like I said, me and George were just roommates, you know what I'm saying? So
Y'all, so y'all didn't do anything together? Y'all didn't collaborate on stuff?
Not a whole lot.
He felt, so y'all met through Oxford House?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all started staying together after that. He's letting you borrow his car.
Mm-hmm.
He's comfortable enough to ask you for weed and drugs and stuff like that. You help him out with those things. You feel comfortable that he's cool enough to share those things with you.
We just didn't hang out.
Y'all didn't go places. When you say y'all didn't hang out, y'all not go places, or y'all just didn't talk like that?
No, we talked. We just didn't hang. We just didn't hang out. He was.
What you call hanging out?
We didn't go out to clubs, or we didn't go out to hang out, anything like that.
Hang out at the house together though?
Yeah.
Watch TV together or anything?
No.
No.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, most of the time I spent with Kelly. That's it.
What do you think happened to George?
I don't know.
If you had to speculate, what
right now, I don't know. I really don't.
Do you think he's still alive?
I'm praying to God he is.
So, did he have any social media or anything?
Do I have social media?
No.
Oh, I don't know.
What dating sites? What kind of dating sites would he have been on?
It's called Grindr.
He likes Grindr?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He had a profile on there? Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, no, but...
and that's the way he normally is. Did he ever hook up with people from there, or?
Yes.
Often?
I don't really know, man. That's a gay site, so...
Okay. I'm not judging, did he... Because he could be on there and then say, hey man, I want to hook up with this person, or... It's just like Tinder, right? For instance, I'm not on Tinder, but I know people that are on it, and they tell me, hey, I'm going to hook up with people. So that doesn't mean that just because I'm not on it, doesn't mean that I don't know my friends are hooking up with people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, this Jeff guy, you never met him?
No.
Did he ever say anything else about him other than him being married and have kids and working at the veterans office? Did he describe how he looked? Did he say he drives this kind of car? He likes this restaurant?
No, but like I said, Kelly's met him at least once or twice at the house. I guess I was at work or whatever.
Okay. Well, last time I talked to Kelly?
Yesterday.
How was that?
it's okay.
How's she know?
She said y'all keep bothering her.
Us?
Yeah, she said the police won't leave her alone.
Oh. You gotta find George, man.
Nah, I mean, I understand, I do, man.
Like, you guys are
it's
the
making
closest
my
people to him.
my life hell, man.
We gotta understand, you know, George is missing. You're using his cards. You used quite a bit of his money, right?
$800.
Yeah.
He gave me permission to use.
Not the $800. He did.
Gave me permission to use the card.
He gave you permission to go get gas and weed, right? He didn't give you permission to use $800 off his card. Okay.
Would you have done that if he was home? That's normal? Has he given you that amount of money before?
Would he be mad about you using that kind of money and not coming back?
And not coming back, what do you mean?
Like you said you didn't get back till later that night. If he was just going to get gas, you should come right back, right?
I asked him if I could use the car, and he said yes.
But the card,
yeah, he gave me the card to put gas in the car.
So we're saying, would George have been okay with you?
Yes.
Using $800 off of his card and with his car? Had you done that before? On what occasion did you do that?
Y'all are trying to make this into something it's not.
I'm asking questions because I mean, would you agree that that's suspicious? If George had your car and was using your car and you're nowhere to be found, would you think that's something's up with it? I mean, I don't know you and George.
You're out driving. George is missing. You're out driving around in his car, using his money, using his cards, loaning his car out to dope dealers.
I didn't use no cards. I used one card that he let me use.
Okay. You're using his money. You're driving around in his car. He's missing. You don't find it suspicious he don't come home. You're telling lies and covering up for him. In your mind, you say you're covering up for him.
Steve, you gotta look at this.
I haven't done anything wrong.
I didn't say you did anything wrong, man.
I'm not talking about this anymore.
Okay.
I haven't done anything.
Well, George is dead.
George is dead, Steve.
We found George.
What happened?
That's what I'm trying to ask you.
I don't know.
You know, there's people in your neighborhood that have Ring doorbell cameras.
How did George die?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen him.
You know, you offered to take a voice stress analysis with Detective Roberts. I don't think you'd pass that if we were to do that on you right now. I think you're holding back and you're not telling me something.
I'm not. I haven't done nothing. I don't know what happened to George. I don't.
He was the last person seen with George. The last one. What happened?
I don't know.
Did you guys get into a fight? I know he was was trying to kick you out, told you had to be out by Wednesday.
No.
He was changing the
That's why I'm
locks.
having
You had to be out
trouble
by
with your story.
Wednesday.
You're using his money while you owe him money and his car. Does that make sense to you? Why would he allow somebody that already owes him money free range just use his money? Now, you can get ahead of this. And maybe there was a reason. Maybe things happened.
I've done nothing. I've done nothing. I haven't seen George, and I've done nothing to George.
Are you still willing to set the CVSA for stress test?
I'm not doing anything. I feel like y'all are trying to railroad me.
No, we're
not railroading
not
you.
railroading you.
Would you take a lie detector test to prove what you're telling me is true?
I'm not doing anything.
Exactly, because what you're telling me is a lie.
Okay. I'm not doing anything.
Hey, you know there's cameras on the trucks that pick up the trash.
Okay.
You just seriously don't know what happened, George?
No.
Okay, when you guys, do y'all use the recycling bin? Do y'all recycle? Are you eco-friendly, normally?
No.
No. Okay. You usually put everything in the trash bin, right?
Yeah, it's on the side of the house.
Okay, the black trash bin, right? That's where the trash goes. That's where they pick up the trash and that.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Okay. Why is there a bunch of other trash in the recycling bin that's not recycled trash? And then your trash bin's empty?
We only have one trash can.
You had one trash can and you had a recycling can?
No.
You had a green one and a black one?
No, we just have one can.
What happens to the other?
We haven't had one.
Which one did you have? What color is the one that you had? Is it the black trash can?
I don't know what color it is. It's on the side of the house.
George was murdered.
I didn't do anything.
Did you come
Please
home?
don't put me on.
Did you come home and find him that way?
No. No, I haven't seen him.
Did you guys get into an argument?
No, I have not seen George.
You haven't seen George since he was killed?
No.
We're trying to make sense of what could have happened.
I think I need a lawyer. I didn't do anything.
fought for his life.
The man didn't deserve this.
What do you think happened?
I don't know. How did he die?
He was killed.
I don't want to talk anymore. I need a lawyer.
Ready to roll? Oh, you hooked up.
Unhook you.
Pull this off, put your right hand on your hip. Put your right hand on your hip.
On my head?
Yep, thank you. You going to stand up? Put it on your back. You alright?
My hands backwards.